said, Timothy Chalamet is Gen Z's Shia LaBeouf. And I went, whoa. Now we are doing too much. We are doing too much. What do you mean Timothy Chalamet is Gen Z's Shia LaBeouf? Shia LaBeouf is an abuser. Okay, he sexually, psychologically abused, physically abused FK Twigs. Like he's been calling people slurs and beating the shit out of them in New Orleans. Like, yeah, we gotta calm down. Oh my God. Also, Timmy is 30 and Shia LaBeouf is like 38 or 39. I don't even think they're in that. I don't think they're in different generations. Timothy, yeah, I'm just waiting for the like Timothy Chalamet is the 21st century Hitler piece. Exactly. Like, where's that think piece? Like, call him annoying, but my God. Yeah. It's also, you know what's crazy is like these opera and ballet companies that should be using this moment right now to be reaching out to younger generations, being like, hey, everyone's talking about ballet and opera, so come check us out. Here's like discounted tickets. Use it as a way to try and get people to attend. Some of them are, but some of them are like, Timmy, can we offer you some free tickets? I'm like, I don't think that's the move. I did see one company that was like, use code Timothy for a discounted ticket. Fine. Okay. Instead, it's like they're just jumping on the hate train. And here's the thing. For all these people who keep being like, Timothy Chalamet hates ballet, Timothy Chalamet hates opera. Again, name an opera singer. Name a famous ballerina. You can't, because the point is that those are art forms that have lost so much cultural relevancy that because of inaccessibility, young generations do not know anything about them. They do not care about them. This is wild. And essentially looking at how these changes are happening to film as an art form and what it spells for the future of this medium. Like, it is not immune to time. Anyway, oh my God, I can't believe this is still going. Did you see the Chinese adopted Timmy? Yeah, apparently Timmy is just... Timmy has just been in China, hanging out with the Chinese. Which is honestly the most Marty Supreme shit, I will say. Him not addressing any of the mass outrage around his comments and just like China maxing. which is so fucking funny. Don't make me like him by 0.01%. I know, like, this has actually made me like him more. But he's just ignoring everyone screaming about him, and Timothy Chalamet just destroyed the colors of the LGBT flag. Disgusting. How could he? What a foe. We have a new LGBT foe, and it's Timmy C. That's why I don't get the hate. Like, when's the last time you went to the fucking ballet? Bro, I finally have seen some people who have reasonable takes on this, who are like, whoa.
Opera, and that
this is really long. I might not watch the full thing, but I'm like, okay, I'm glad to see other people who had the same take as me, which is, hey, look, Timmy's annoying. And also, I think he should have gotten more shit for the SNL sketch, which he did not. And now everybody is deciding to like destroy Timothy Chalamet over these comments, which the issue was the way he said it, not what he was saying.
a hyperbolic way to say it. I wish that Timothy Chalamet said it in a different way, but everyone who works in these fields understands that no one cares.
Right.
That you are fighting uphill because no one cares. You don't even probably care. You probably just don't like Timothy Chalamet, or you're like on the train of whatever this conversation is. But you probably don't even really care. You don't know who makes this work or what it's about, the artists, their names, where they come from, what institutions they belong to, what those institutions are. You don't visit them regularly or patronize them on a consistent basis. You don't even really care.
And like, look, it's not just because it's people's own choosing to not care about it. It's that, as I've said a million times, these are art forms that are no longer popular in the mainstream. Okay, as the years go on, as the demographic ages out, dies off, they are just not they are not art forms. They're not cultural institutions that younger people have any connection towards. And that's why I was like, look, if I'm one of these ballet companies or one of these opera companies, I am going to use this moment to like try and make tickets be like, look, look at how cheap these tickets are that we're offering. Come see the opera, come see the ballet, like come support us. Come support these artists who have dedicated their lives to this form. I think it makes sense. There's not supposed to be able to come out saying we still care, but of course it got taken. Yeah, and I totally get people who work in these industries feeling upset because they're like, hold on a second. Because of the reality that they are fighting against a culture that has changed so much, that what they are part of has lost so much support and relevancy. I saw one company be like, we'll still remember Carmen in 200 years, but not Marty Supreme. It's like, what percentage of people under 30 know Carmen? Yeah, what do you mean we'll still remember? In the history books? Like maybe there will be a footnote of Carmen as an opera in the history books. But like, what do you mean? This isn't about film being a better art form than ballet or opera. This is about these two are so much older than film and have not been immune to the passage of time, to changing cultural shifts, to cultural shifts, as is the reality for film.
You know, everyone who works in these.
Does anyone know more than one song from Carmen? I just went and saw Carmen last year. I'm not trying to be that person, but I was one of the youngest people who was there. I'm just a 33-year-old baby. No, but I'm not. I'm serious. Like, I went with my aunt and uncle who are in their 70s. It was amazing. It was in San Francisco. But as I have said, as somebody who has been into these art forms since I was a child, I was like the only person my age who cared about this stuff. Like every time I would play opera in the house, my siblings would go, "Oh God, she's doing it again." So if I go to the opera, I can feel young. Yes, if you go to the opera, you will feel young. Okay, you will be one of the people who is not on life alert.
Fields knows that the subscriber bases are dying. The audience is dying. That's not a figure of speech. It's not a metaphor. They are literally geriatric and dying.
Neptar, thank you for the 6 months. Neptar, thank you for the 6 months.
As a contemporary artist in the fine arts space is that they are scrambling to find young people to replace their subscriber base, which is why you, in your echo chamber, being in the creative capital of America, New York City, get to go to one of the oldest ballet or opera institutions in the country and go see something for $35 because they are hemorrhaging money. The Metropolitan Opera just signed a five-year deal with Saudi Arabia so that they can get out of the financial hole that they're in. And there's two things about that. The Metropolitan Opera is one of the most prestigious and longest standing institutions in the country. That's one that they're struggling.
Like in 2019 on Good Morning America, the GMA host made fun of Prince George, who was 6 years old at the time, taking ballet classes. It was a very like, of course Prince George is taking ballet classes. But what that reflects is it's not just this, it's not just ballet and opera being seen as something only rich elites do, that it's a more widespread lack of respect for the forms themselves. Like, people don't take them seriously. And every year they are starved for state funding. Like, they have to struggle to get funding from the state. And this is something that dancers and performers, it very much affects their livelihoods. The way he said the arts are suffering wasn't productive. He was punching down. LOL, that losing 14-cent comment was unnecessary. Totally. I am not arguing with the point that the way Timothy said it was bad. He is, though, not a person that is this eloquent speaker in the way that I think people projected onto him, that he has like some, it's like you listen to Daniel Day. I keep using like Daniel Day-Lewis as an example. You listen to Daniel Day, and I think people think that that's how Timmy is. He's a quirked up white boy who's kind of annoying.
And two is that you probably didn't hear about that until I just told you, because you don't know.
Remember the homophobia thrown around Tom Holland when it was announced that he was going to play Spider-Man because he played Billy Elliot in theater and he's a dancer? Yeah, they're like, this gay boy can't be Spider-Man. Just remember, his name is Timmy C. It may on his birth certificate be Timothée Chalamet, but it's actually Timmy C. That will help inform you as to like why he says what he says in the way that he says it. Bro's a former arts high school attending Chad from New York City. Yeah, and like he did grow up backstage at the ballet because his mom and his sister were very involved. So like it's not that he's not been in that world. He just is a bro, and the way that he says stuff makes you go, ooh.
Anything about the Metropolitan Opera, because you probably don't fucking care, because no one cares. Because no one cares, and no one who works in these spaces is confused about the fact that no one fucking cares. It's actually one of the central obstacles to getting the work done, is the acknowledgement that no one cares and you have to make them. These are multi-million-dollar productions. These are
not Club C. Thank you for the gifted.
Lavender Moon, thank you for 7 months. Hundreds of millions of dollars, begging people to support them, begging people to patronize them, promoting themselves like indie films or like independent unsigned SoundCloud artists. Support your local, support your local this. We got to keep the doors open. And it's the goddamn Met. Yeah. That's the truth of like the economic and industrial position that these institutions and that this art is in. It's not about whether the art itself is good or valuable or merited. I don't think that that's even close to what Timothée Chalamet, who started out in the theater and has family who has done ballet and done up, I don't think that that's what he was trying to argue. I think the reality is that if you want to make art that reaches people, these industries have not built out the infrastructure that reaches people. I grew up in the South loving the arts and watching people argue about whether I should be able to stream a musical from home or not, or if I need to be someone that can fly to New York to see it live and in person for $400 in the balcony. These industries are having the same conversations that they were having 15 fucking years ago, 20, 30 years ago. You cannot spend multiple decades boxing out generations of Americans from widely engaging with your work, with your classism, your fat phobia, your body fascism, your racism, your misogyny. And I know that there are a lot of women who do ballet, but the senior positions of ballet and opera are male dominated. You cannot spend decades of your, with your artistic industry boxing generations of Americans out and then be upset when the time comes that no one fucking cares. because you have not given them the opportunity to form relationships to the work and the craft that you do. Obviously, there are artists now who are doing very hard work to undo that and to open the doors to more people, but damage is fucking done. And sorry, you're not gonna gaslight people into being like, no, that's not true. Everyone cares about ballet. No one can name these people. No one can name opera singer.
No.
No one can name. No, that's not the primary medium anymore. It's not
Everyone cares about ballet, says people who don't care about
the
ballet.
1940s, and opera is not pop music anymore. That's not what it is.
Name
Like it's
name 100 opera stars. Name 100 opera stars. I mean, I gotta be for real. Okay, I don't think this is the sole reason that this film didn't do that well, but Angelina Jolie played Maria Callas in the film Maria, and people didn't care about that film. Now, I had issues with that film. Love Angelina. It was very beautiful. It's a Pablo Larraín film in the trilogy of iconic but troubled female icons, like famous women who had a big impact on culture. People like that was just not something that people went aside from a very niche type of group. Oh yeah, I really want to go watch this film on Maria Callas.
I mean, Broadway's having a uniquely great season series right now. They're reaching new financial numbers. Like Broadway, I think, is doing very well, and I'm happy for them that Cocomelon the musical starring Tiffany New York Pollard is going to open this fall, and that they can, break records. That's awesome. And also, you can't do a fucking play on Broadway until you become a TV star, a movie star. You know why? Because no one cares otherwise. No one fucking cares. Guys, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Be honest.
Actually, the crux of the issue is that no one cares.
I like that as he goes on in this, he's getting more mad. Where he's like, "Are you fucking kidding me? No one gives a shit."
Obviously, you care. You like the shit. But you caring is not enough to fuel and revitalize an industry. Writ large, generally speaking, people do not care. There's no government funding. There's no government subsidy. There's very little private funding. It's hard to come by. And if you're an artist, the best way to make a name for yourself is to be born rich. Hello? There are very real obstacles to this that are actually entirely connected to the fact that no one fucking cares. If people cared, all of this would be much easier. But that's not the reality that we live in. People do not care. And the other thing that makes me so annoyed with this conversation is that people who are upset at Timothée Chalamet's devaluation of dance and devaluation of music are also trying to devalue the very craft that he does. Timothée Chalamet is very good at what he does, and acting is no easier than ballet or no easier.
Yeah, okay, that's the other thing. I'm like, y'all, take it from someone who has not been rooting for Marty Supreme, who's not been rooting for Timmy to win his Oscar. You know this if you were in this community. I have not been out here standing Timmy this season. Now people are trying to denigrate his craft and movies themselves. I'm like, what are we doing?
Easier than opera. It's all very difficult. They are entirely independent skills that demand their own 10,000 hours of mastery or whatever.
The discourse
it's
always
all
eats
difficult.
itself.
It's all very difficult, and he does it at a very high level. And to pretend that he doesn't do it at a high level, or that the thing he's doing at a high level isn't as difficult, is also its own devaluation. It's like a snake eating itself. You're not actually helping the conversation by devaluing what he does because you don't like what he said. Because at the end of the day, there's still an entire community of actors who need people to fucking care.
Yeah, do you know how right now there are major A-list directors saying they cannot get movies made. The conversation around how hard it is, how it's getting harder to get a movie made. You have the Ellisons coming in going, yeah, we're just going to do big tentpole dick sucking, testosterone, IP films. The studios are casting from Instagram. Yes, they are casting from people who have X amount of followers who are TikTok influencers. Film is a much, much younger art form than ballet and opera. And we are already seeing the shifts in this industry, in how this art form is approached, and how much harder it's getting due to both how the industry is acting, how audiences are. And that's what he was saying. He's like, I don't want this to go the way of opera and ballet.
Hello? I know I just brought up a whole conversation about elitism, and I know this is going to sound hypocritical, but I don't think that we can have this conversation if when I say opera, you bring up Les Mis. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally so not what we're talking about right now. If we really wanted to revitalize these artistic practices and make sure that they're, sustainable and that the next generation of people can inherit them, we would be having a conversation about how to open up this fucking pit instead of sticking our heads in the sand and acting like the numbers aren't declining. The numbers are declining.
Yeah.
Less people year by year care. Nobody cares because no one even got the chance to care. That's the issue, and I think that's actually at the center of what he was trying to say. And anyone who's really paying attention is not confused about that. No one is confused about that.
Boom. Hey guys, I'm starting to think the villain is a capitalist organization of economy. Yeah. Oof. Bro, and I got an MT degree because the industry pitches that the barrier of access to high school theater is training, and that's just not true anymore. Yeah. I mean, so many people I went to school with who went and got a master's and incurred even more school debt on top of their bachelor's, and then were faced with a declining opportunities with, like, in theater, the rising production costs, the fact that so many roles are going to just famous people in Hollywood. You look at Broadway now and it's like most of these shows are being headed up by big film talent. That's who they use for their marketing purposes. It's like, come see George Clooney. And these tickets cost $800 because it costs so fucking much to produce this show. I mean, that's why a lot of people were mad when someone like Trisha Paytas got cast in Beetlejuice. Even though it was a small role, they're like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Jake Shane, Meg the Stallion, the girlie from Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Yes. Yeah, her. Starring on Broadway. Taking theater roles from people who spent their entire lives, who've dedicated themselves to this art form. And then somebody who just has a shit ton of followers from social media platforms comes in and like takes Kim, yes, Northwest being in Lion King. Love seeing Keanu and Alex Winter and Waiting for Godot, but the tickets were hella expensive. Hello, great show, but yeah. I mean, when we went to go see Glengarry Glen Ross and how expensive those tickets were, and like pretty much. It's not that you don't have famous film and TV actors who have done theater for a long time too, like a Bob Odenkirk. A lot of these people who do start in theater but then move into film make a shit ton of money that way, and then when they want to like fulfill their artistic heart and soul, then they'll go do theater. The Denzel and Jake Gyllenhaal tickets were insane last year too. Yes, because they spend so much money getting these major Hollywood stars, and the production costs of these shows are so expensive. So the tickets are just ridiculous. Remember when Will Smith bought a role for Willow in some film and she was like, no, I don't want to do that anymore. So they had to scramble to recast. Anyway, did you see this? Wait, before I get to that, I was going to pull up Carla Sofia Gascon, who's gotten involved, of course. Hola, Carla. Do you think they're going to make me pass the red carpet at the Oscars? Are you a trans woman? Then don't worry about it, Tim. Besides, I love ballet slippers, and I've seen the Phantom of the Opera 10 times. Not sure if that counts for anything. Best of luck with the awards. Even though no one has seen or heard me say anything, while they've both seen and heard you, people still seem to prefer believing whatever the bad guys claim I said. God, I love that she just always makes everything about how she was unfairly canceled. And why is the text getting smaller? I don't know. I like that she is not addressing anything to do with what everyone else is saying about Timmy C, because ultimately it's about her. It's about the bad guys who've been coming after Carlos Sofia. This feels like a sight exam. Yeah. As the letters get smaller and smaller, to see when you are no longer able to keep reading. I think somebody else had made this stitch and she posted that and then included all this. Read the farthest down nonsense you can read. Yeah, it just gets wilder and wilder as the print gets smaller. Phantom of the Opera is Trump's favorite musical, and I feel like that says a lot. That is his favorite musical, and I love that she mentions that and says, not sure if that counts for anything, but best of luck with the awards. Oh, girl. This being real. Yeah. Yeah. Why does she say, though no one has seen or heard me say anything, when no, she's definitely been saying stuff. I think people just don't care. Did you see this? I did see this.
Tipo cinema
I
brasileiro.
fucking love her.
É o seguinte, meu filho. A gente tava lá de longe escutando essas musiquinhas. Isso é banda de
Dona
verdade?
Isso
Sebastiana.
mesmo. E você é?
Eu sou Tânia, ao seu dispor. E trouxe esses cabos aqui pra trocar um forrozinho pra vocês.
De onde vocês são?
Nós viemos do Brasil.
E a que distância fica?
Eu sei lá onde seu GPS de prefeitura pra saber. Eu vou dar uma provinha pra vocês.
O povo quer conhecer.
In a just world, she would be winning Best Supporting Actress.
Qual é a nossa missão?
At the very
Trazer mais
least,
prêmios
nominated.
da gringa. Cinema é orgulho da nação. Cinema é orgulho da nação.
Chega. Um minutinho.
Eita, eu não tô gostando do molho brasileiro, não.
Eu só tô dizendo pra vocês pegarem a estrada e voltarem pra cidade.
Ah, é? Então levei esse forrozinho pra casa. Pra usar nossa força. Pra ajudar o Brasil, fazer bonito. A maior premiação de cinema.
Vampires.
Isso é pra dar muita sorte pro cinema brasileiro.
This is so good. I'm obsessed.
Isso é pra dar.
I love that they involved her for this Oscars teaser. She is cursing Marty Supreme. Yeah, this is actually how Timmy loses. I will say though, it will be pretty fucking funny with all the noise around Timmy C if somehow he ends up winning Best Actor still. It's like after he stopped campaigning, there is the most amount of negative Timmy C PR that there's ever been. And all of the pieces from film from film publications saying that Michael B is going to for sure win, that it's over for Timmy, that he's now fallen to like 4th spot. Can you imagine the silence as he gets on stage? Where people are just like, oh, well, Michael B. Chalamet. I hope Secret Agent gets best casting just because of this queen. I know. She's so amazing. And apparently she can't go to the Oscars because she has some health problem. I don't find the scenario funny enough for how much I don't like that movie. Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. I do not. I do. How consistent have I been this Oscar season in being against this film and being against being against Timmy winning and wanting Wagner Moura, who, God damn it, is not getting enough appreciation.
Brazilian actor to be nominated for Best Actor.
Yeah.
What does
He's
that feel
on
like?
Chicken Shop
It feels
Date.
great. It
Yeah.
feels like, of course, I'm very honored and grateful, and I really hope that this will open to the possibility of other actors from South America to also get that, because we do.
Like, I love that he is talking about the parallels to this current fascist government, that he is trying to say that he hopes this opens the door for further appreciation and recognition of South American actors, and that it's been too long and too few.
Very good cinema.
I love The Secret Agent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was most. There you go.
Yeah.
I think you are the first Brazilian.
Is this, let me see if I'm sure this is on YouTube. Chicken Shop Date. This was Chicken Shop Date. Yeah. Let's just watch the whole thing.
Are you a football fan?
Oh, this is different because she's doing the Oscars luncheons.
Who from the Brazilian national team would make the best director?
None of them.
None of them? Okay.
No.
Well, it's a good job they're footballers then.
It's good that they're doing.
I've been practicing. Tudo bem?
Tudo bem.
Tudo bem?
Tudo ótimo.
Tudo bem?
Tudo bem.
Tudo bem? Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
That was really good.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Okay, I've been practicing a lot because I have been to Brazil.
Yeah, where to?
Last year I went to Rio and Salvador, which is
This
where
is my hometown.
you're from. Exactly. Loved
it's my
it.
favorite city in the world.
Yes, it was amazing. I loved going to the beaches.
Yes.
You sit down, people
Yeah.
are coming over. What do you want? Do you want a drink? Do you want a food?
Yeah.
I miss Carnival though by
Have you
like
been there
1
during
week.
Carnival? It's
No,
now.
never.
It's
now.
happening now.
Oh, so are you sad to be missing it?
Yeah.
But luckily you're here with me.
But
so
we're here.
there you go.
Yeah.
I think you are the first Brazilian actor to be nominated for Best Actor.
Yeah.
What does that feel like?
It feels great. It
Yeah.
feels like, of course, I'm very honored and grateful, and I really hope that this will open to the possibility of other actors from South America to also get that, because we do very good cinema.
I love The Secret Agent.
Thank you.
Yeah, what was most surprising about it for me it was how funny it was.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really
Yes.
funny. Some really good comedy beats in there.
That's right.
And it's also set at Carnival.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
and especially when you're driving in the car early on and then there's that figure and he's quite scary.
Yeah.
Is that a traditional Carnival
folklore,
figure?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
folklore figure from the Carnival in Recife.
What's your vibe when you're at Carnival? Are you
Dave Portnoy simply could never.
dancing? Are you...
It's such a liberating thing. You know, people in
Biodrummer,
Brazil,
take
they
the
wait
12
the
months.
entire year for Carnival,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so sometimes I think that the year in Brazil only starts after Carnival, like in March. And it's a very liberating feeling because
Mm-hmm.
when you are in there, people that you know, like the manager of the bank that you go to, and you just say, hey, how are you, mister? When you see this person in Carnival, it's like,
Yep.
and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
it's a whole other
You mean
interaction.
if I go to Carnival and see Wagner Moura, we'll be besties?
Do you think I would be a good addition to Carnival in
Oh,
Brazil?
you would love that.
Yeah?
I miss it so much.
Yeah, I bet.
But I'm always working.
You're always
doing
working
Carnival.
or nominated for an Oscar and so you
Yeah,
can't,
I'm
you
always
can't go.
like,
You're like,
being
"God,
nominated
oh."
for Oscar. I just
Just at the
wanted to
academy and I've
just
got to be
wanted to
here
be
at the
in
luncheon and some really, I just want to be in Carnival instead of on the red carpet. I know how you feel. Are you afraid of sharks?
be. Yeah,
You are?
of course I am.
You are?
And you know that in Recife there's a real shark problem, right?
Really?
Huge.
So what's the problem?
The sharks eat.
Oh, the
people.
shark. Oh, okay, they eat people.
Yeah,
What, like the
sharks-
whole
No, they
person or
don't
like-
need the whole person because they don't like human flesh, right? They
Oh.
bite and then they kill and they go like no, and then they.
Oh, really? Is that what happens?
That's how they. That's,
What? We're not very tasty.
You're not tasty.
We're not
For
tasty.
sharks, but in that part of Brazil, in a city in Australia, it's the 2 cities that had the biggest amount of shark attacks in the world.
Wow. Is it crazy to think that if I was swimming in the sea and I met a shark, I think I would win?
You think?
The new I could vibe with a bear.
What else are you scared of? Have you ever had stage fright?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
What do you do to get over it?
I just went on stage and then
Okay,
just go.
go on stage. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but I'm not afraid of many things. I'm afraid of, you know what I'm afraid of? I don't want to get too serious. here,
Carly,
but
thank you for
I'm
the 4
afraid
months.
of the fact that the truth in the world doesn't matter anymore.
That's a good one. That's a good fear to have.
That's something that's very scary to me, to see people like living in different mental states, like consuming different kind of information.
On different algorithms.
Algorithms.
Yeah.
So I talk to someone, it's like as if we are living in different parallel universes.
Yeah. Death.
Scares me.
Death.
More than spider. And more than death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to do it. Die.
It'll happen to all of us.
So there you go. In the end. Do you like chicken nuggets?
I'll
try it with
is
you.
that ketchup?
It's ketchup, yeah.
Everyone dies.
It's all right.
It's all right.
And I wish some people would die sooner than they are currently than they are currently not.
Better. You've had better? What's chicken nugget in Portuguese?
Chicken nugget.
Chicken nugget. Okay, good to know. So you're not a vegan? Why did I think that you were a vegan?
I was vegan because when I rapped Narcos, I gained 40 pounds to play that part.
God, yeah.
And so I decided to go through a vegan diet, not only to lose the weight, but to get rid of that energy of that character. Somehow I thought that not eating meat would help me out with that.
Did it?
Yeah, I felt really, really, really good.
Oh,
when I was
God.
doing it.
Honestly, Amelia is one of the few who started as a content creator, as like an internet person, who I think fits so perfectly into this role. Like, there's a big problem with a lot of TikTokers and influencers who have been taking the spots of entertainment journalists who spent their whole lives working in that field. And often when we just see how the problem with TikTokers is that they do shit on red carpets that's designed to try and go viral, that is like a trend that they're doing, and it often produces just these awkward results. And they're not actually taking the time to do the work that you need to do, that is expected, and is a way to show that you actually give a fuck about doing something like this. And it's not like it's not so much that we should always maintain barriers. It's not that we want things to be gatekept, but if you are ending up on a red carpet, if you're ending up in a role where you interview artists who are talking about the films that they are in, that they've been nominated for, you got to have some fucking respect. Like, please watch the films. Please understand who these people are.
Then it's hard to go to a restaurant and the options are not that great.
Oh, totally. I don't think I could be vegan because I don't think I could give up chicken nuggets. Do you love starring on screen and in the theatre equally?
I came from theater, and I think that actors that started on theater,
Gotta be there for
they
the right
eventually have to go
reasons.
back to theater, sort of to reboot. You know, I think that I understand better why I'm an actor or why I'm doing this.
It makes sense. I feel like it kind of grounds someone again, having to perform in front of real people.
Yeah, I go, oh,
Yeah.
wow, that's why I do this. That's why I started doing this.
Are you a football fan?
I'm a huge fan, and I root for a team from my hometown called Vitória. And I have to
Kwan is a great example of this.
Fantastic.
She nailed it.
Fantastic.
Do you think you could pick?
Bro, I even feel like this with politics. When you have the freaking, what was it, the Nelk boys who interviewed Netanyahu, and obviously they're dumb fucks. But it's like, look, if now we exist in a world where influencers, where YouTubers with massive platforms are interviewing, are getting the opportunity to talk to political leaders, like, that's not who should be doing it in the first place because they are so fucking stupid. But you have to then step into this role as a journalist. Nothing with real journals is getting scheduled anymore. Right. So you can't just do your shtick as you've become famous for it. I know I expect too much. I'm using that as just one example because of how big that interview was and how people got rightfully so upset with them. And then they afterwards had to be like, oh, our bad. Oops. Oh, blah, blah, blah. It's like, man, you just, you have to do the job now of a journalist and take stuff seriously if you are now in this position.
In what way?
Like physically.
Oh, I could.
Okay. Then I go follow her and I look at how much work she put into that. It was a comedy moment, but she was so prepared. She knew exactly who these people were. She was very confident in knowing the project. And when things went sideways, she could adjust. I was like, Mary Beth, you can come to every red carpet. Like, I literally take the Emmy out of my hand and like pass it to her. I just don't believe that anyone is tuning in to an Instagram or a red carpet show to watch two people meet for the first time. Oh my God, it's so nice to meet you. I'm such a huge fan. Yeah, Ginger, we're all fans. It's Meryl Streep. Like, calm down, you know? It drives me bananas. When I watch some of these shows, I'm like, this is not entertaining to me. Mm-hmm. Get into the meat and potatoes of show me something. Let me learn something.
Yep. All right. Got a lot of stuff to talk about. And I think I want to start off with this big news from today that I honestly was surprised to not see more people talking about. And that is this big trial that just came to a close. It was 5 weeks in total, but the investigation began in 2024, around the same time that the charges against Diddy were filed, and that was happening. And funny enough, Mark Agnifilio, who was one of Diddy's lawyers, represented one of the Alexander brothers here. And so what we are going to get into talking about is the sex trafficking, drugging, and rape trial involving the three Alexander brothers, whose names are Tal, Oren, and Alon, and they are monsters. They are fucking monsters. But guess what? They were found guilty today on all counts, including the most serious of sex trafficking. And I think there was a part of me that after I saw the outcome of the Diddy trial, and as this case was simultaneously starting to be built, and then once all the charges were filed, I was like, oh God, are we just going to go through all this again? Even though this was a open and shut case, but like so many of them, you can't expect that a jury will actually give a shit, that they will look at you. You can't expect that they're going to understand something like sex trafficking and find people guilty of it. So they were found guilty. All three of the brothers, they were found guilty of all charges that were filed. and sentencing happens in August, and just the sex trafficking charge by itself carries a lifetime sentence. So I want to believe that because of how resounding the guilty conviction was here, that they had been, just throughout this process, they had been denied bail. A lot of the media reporting around it just being so clearly indicative of how extensive and horrific their crimes were, that I do hope that they are going to feel the full weight of justice here. Been so jaded by victims not getting justice. Yeah. And they were also connected to Epstein. Now, the crimes that they were responsible for and ultimately convicted of have not been linked to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, but there were a batch of files that revealed a name of a woman who had accused the Alexander brothers. And they popped up in these Epstein files. And I think, too, that kind of made me feel cynical just because of the overall lack of any accountability for anybody who had anybody in the Epstein world. And again, they had their own world, to be clear. This is not something where like there's been yet a proven link of crimes they committed linked with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. But it still just felt, it still has always just the feeling of cynicism these days being quite strong. So it's nice to have some actual good news to talk about here.
Federal
Now,
crime.
I will say the crimes that they were found guilty of are horrific. Horrific. So certainly nothing good there, but the outcome here is good news. And I remember when this story when I first saw it, and it was when I was starting to cover the Diddy case. And I think there was one point that I had planned to cover this, and then I had reached my max on being able to talk about like sex trafficking crimes and rich, powerful dudes raping and abusing. So I can't remember if I ever actually covered this on stream. So we are going to go through this now. And just remember that today they were found guilty of all counts. So as we go through the details of what they had been doing for decades, just remember that. Because as I said, it is horrific. So the Alexander brothers are 3 Israeli Americans. And you just hear that and you go, okay. Once again, Israel coming into play when we are talking about horrific sex crimes against women and girls. So their parents came from Israel. So they are Israeli American, and their father is a very, very, very rich and powerful businessman in Miami. So these men came from money, and then 2 of them, the twins, were very successful in luxury real estate. So they made a fuck ton of even more money working in luxury real estate, primarily in Miami and New York. And then their other brother is he was a successful entrepreneur as well. But they came from wealth, just to make that clear. And the crimes that they committed go all the way back to high school. I believe starting in sophomore year. So these were They started out as teenage boys who grew up incredibly rich, incredibly privileged, probably already being raised from an early age to believe that they could do anything that they wanted to in this world and never face punishment for it. And so in high school, that was where they began drugging and raping girls, participating in gang rapes. Sometimes it was one brother, sometimes it was two, sometimes it was all three. And this continued on for decades. And yet again, this was an open secret in the real estate world where a lot of people had heard something, a lot of people knew someone, and every fucking time this is how it goes, because this shit, when these types of crimes are being committed by the rich and powerful, why should they have to go to extended lengths to hide? They're proud about it. They're bragging about it. They don't think they're going to be stopped, because why the fuck would they? They are the type of people who this world is designed to enable and protect. And for a long time it did. So for decades, all three of the Alexander brothers used their wealth and high-profile connections to drug and rape dozens of women and teenage girls. I believe prosecutors said it was over 60 women and girls that these three brothers collectively drugged, raped, trafficked, abused for over 2 decades. In one instance, after a 17-year-old was drugged and raped by Alon, he sent a message to his brother Oren saying, "I took down a 17-year-old." The brothers often documented and bragged about their crimes because they always believed their status and money would protect them. But it is over. They were convicted on all charges, including the most serious of sex trafficking.
A jury has found 2 luxury real estate agents and their brother guilty of sex trafficking. Prosecutors accused the 3 Alexander brothers of using their money and influence to lure women into luxury trips and parties where they would drug, assault, and rape women for more than a decade. The brothers' attorneys argue in court that while the brothers' behavior could be seen as crude or inappropriate, they did not commit a federal crime. And we see Stephen Romo and Mr.
Yeah, of course, the argument, the defense they tried to use is that these men were womanizers, that everything was consensual, that they were just guilty. The crime that they were guilty of was being we're being fuckboys. We're being womanizers. And the jury saw otherwise. They saw everything laid out in front of them, which included photos and videos and other documentation from the men themselves bragging and showing off their sex crimes, videos of them raping girls, drugging girls. There was one hard drive that was found in one of their apartments that was some sort of handbook on how to justify raping women and girls. And that included things like, it's not rape if she's too afraid to go to the police. It's not rape if she is, fucked up and nobody believes her.
Harris joining us now on this. Stephen, the brothers face up to life in prison. Talk about what we saw over the course of this trial. Bring us all up to date.
Yeah, it
Tom,
is
this trial
jaw-dropping.
going on for more than a month, and the allegations from these 11 accusers we heard from, they were hard to listen to. The brothers, of course, denying these accusations that they drugged and raped these women and girls. 2 of the women said that they felt paralyzed before they were assaulted by Oren and Alon Alexander. Prosecutors also said Oren Alexander videotaped himself with an incapacitated 17-year-old girl back in 2009. That led to the charge of exploitation of a minor. The brothers were accused of using their wealth and status to lure these women in. And prosecutors say they used a playbook of repeated tactics with the women and girls over the course of years. Now, the defense tried to undermine that, saying that the sex was consensual and that prosecutors were really trying to criminalize dating. The brothers' attorneys also kind of admitted that the men were womanizers, but said that it's not criminal. The defense team had asked the jurors in closing to not just convict these men because they did not like their lifestyle, saying that it wasn't a crime, but the jurors, they didn't agree. They sided with the prosecution. Yeah. We actually have a statement from the prosecution that we just got in saying this verdict cannot undo the effects of heinous abuse the Alexanders' many victims endured, but it does send a message. New Yorkers want to bring an end to sex trafficking in all our communities.
So
Tom?
what they would do,
Misty,
what they would do is something that I have talked about. I experienced, became aware of when I worked in nightclubs. Is they would, they would show off their money, invite women and girls to very fancy after parties. They had a huge celebrity network. So one 17-year-old was drugged and raped at, I think it was Zac Efron's apartment. Now, he was not connected. He was not accused of any crimes, but just to kind of paint the picture of this world of the rich and famous that these men inhabited. And she was invited to a party, an after party at Zac Efron's apartment or his penthouse. And that was where she was drugged and raped. And they would also invite women and girls on these really fancy trips. And this was something I talked about where in the nightlife world that young girls and young women are offered these free trips to Miami and Vegas and Cancun. And it's very, come on the private plane. And then we're all staying at this mansion and we're going to go to the most expensive nightclubs, most expensive dinners, and it's all free. And it's, it's all like, you just have to come and have fun. And then there being the transactional element that a lot of times then girls and women end up in a position where they are there to be coerced into having sex with these wealthy clients and their friends. Would take them to the Hamptons and then they'd have no escape from there. Exactly. So these guys were often drugging these girls and women as well. But this just gets into what I've talked about a lot, which is how these very high profile, wealthy type of worlds operate, in that they will take women and girls to these very fancy locations and then they have no way out. They are essentially stuck there. And whether or not it's that they're being drugged or that it's they're coerced into having sex with these men.
You think was the key moment here or testimony in this trial that led to this verdict, and how severe do you think the sentence is likely to be?
Tom, so as Stephen laid out, there were 11 victims.
Hey, Carol, I just started watching your Resident Evil Requiem VOD today. I have to say, nobody plays like you. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
Testified, two who were underage at the time that they were allegedly raped by the Alexander brothers. And that testimony was very, very impactful. It showed a pattern of conduct, similarities between the stories of those victims who took the stand. But in addition to that, there was an electronic
thank you for the 9 months. Queen Kina, thank you for the 5.
The defense to contest. There were messages between the brothers, texts and emails, and a blog which set out what was called a playbook and a section that said it's not rape if, listing all of these things that the Alexander brothers were accused of doing and ultimately convicted of. So I do believe that led to the conviction. As far as penalty, there's a 15-year mandatory minimum for the sex trafficking conviction. The judge can tack on more. They face up to life. Each brother will be looked at individually, and they will be able to submit pre-sentencing reports in July, and ultimately they'll be sentenced in August. They'll be looking at the pattern of the crime, the nature of the crime, but also taking into account that they don't have a criminal history.
We thank you for watching.
I mean, they were so high-powered in the luxury real estate industry that they had clients like the Kardashians, They were responsible for, I believe it was the most expensive penthouse sale of all time. It was a $240 transaction. They had so many connections. They came from wealth and only became even wealthier. And for a long time, they got away with these horrific crimes because of that. Because of the money and power that they had that made them believe they were untouchable. Their clients included Kim Kardashian, Kanye West, Jay-Z, Tom Brady, Michael Rubin, Leon Black. That name sound familiar? Also an Epstein affiliated pedophile, and Tommy Hilfiger. They were on Forbes 30 under 30. They were celebrated. They were connected. They were in the Epstein files. Here's how it allegedly worked. Nightclubs, dating apps, exclusive parties. They would find women, charm them, invite them somewhere incredible. The Hamptons, Aspen, a Caribbean cruise, private jets. Once the women were isolated, far from home, dependent on the brothers for a ride, a room, a way out, prosecutors say they were drugged. And in one instance, they drugged and raped a 17-year-old who's the daughter of a billionaire. And when she was accused of being a gold digger by filing a suit against these men, she's a billionaire's daughter. And she made the point, like, I don't want their money. I don't need their money. I just don't want them to have it. Like, this was not just an instance of, this is not just them going after girls and women in the way that Epstein's network did, where they tended to target very vulnerable girls who were prime for, came from difficult backgrounds, had already experienced abuse by those closest to them. They were very much like the world I describe in nightlife, where sometimes these girls, sometimes these women were not were not from impoverished backgrounds in the way that the victims of Epstein tended to be. And yet still, this was an open secret in the real estate world, and they got away with it for so long. Once the women were isolated, prosecutors say they were drugged, then raped, sometimes by multiple men at once, sometimes by all three of the brothers. Sometimes while unconscious, over 40 women have come forward. The alleged abuse spans more than a decade. I mean, it goes all the way back to when they were in high school, participating in gang rapes. They weren't exactly subtle about it. Prosecutors found a blog called Bent on Bitches. It included a blog titled "It's Not Rape If." The blog was found on a hard drive inside of Tall Alexander's apartment. Then there were the texts. Oren told friends the boys need to hunt. We're running out of prey. Tal referenced wanting to trick and trap women. After an assault on a 17-year-old, Alon texted Oren, I took down a 17-year-old. It's not rape if she doesn't remember, and it's not rape if she secretly wants it. This was like their fucking playbook that they used to justify the extensive raping and sexual crimes that they committed for a long time. There were emails about smuggling drugs referred to as party favors onto a cruise ship. Then there's the video. It was filmed in 2009. Oren Alexander recorded it himself on his laptop. The jury watched him adjust the camera angle. Then he climbed on top of a 17-year-old girl who appeared completely limp. Prosecutors told jurors, when you saw him pick up her limp legs and climb on top of her lifeless body, you knew what you were seeing. This video was played in court. You still haven't heard about this trial. 11 women testified. They never met each other. They lived completely different lives. Some were teenagers when it happened. One was a 16-year-old boarding school student who skipped prom to attend what she thought was a party. A photo of her sleeping and topless was found on the brothers' laptop. One was a UN intern. She witnessed an assault at a Hamptons mansion. She screamed at them to stop. They didn't. She grabbed her eyeliner and wrote rapist on the bedroom door as prosecutors told the jury they had one horrific thing in common. The trial started on January 27th. It ran for 5 weeks, and things got chaotic fast. A juror was dismissed mid-trial for telling other jurors he'd already decided the brothers were innocent before the defense even rested. The defense moved for a mistrial. It was denied. The prosecutors dropped 2 charges alleging that defense hired private investigators had intimidated victims out of testifying. 2 women who were supposed to take the stand backed out. The jury went down to 1 remaining alternate. And while deliberations began, a new lawsuit landed. Tracy Tudor, who was a reality star of $1 Million Listing LA, sued Oren Alexander, alleging he drugged and assaulted her in a restaurant bathroom at a real estate event in New York. None of the 3 brothers testified. The defense was that these women were heartbroken, embarrassed after their money. Quote, they're not drugging them, they're not raping them, but they're certainly pursuing them. Their lead attorney, Mark Agnafilio, just won acquittals on the most serious charges in Diddy's sex trafficking trial. Same lawyer. He told the jury that it takes courage to acquit. On the blog, prosecutors found he called it beyond tasteless, but said that there was 0 proof the brothers wrote any of it. On all the evidence, he said, you can't build a house if you don't have any bricks. Prosecutors had a 1-word response to all of it, nonsense. And then there's the Epstein connection. When the DOJ released over 3 million Epstein documents in January, the Alexander brothers were in them. A complaint described how at an Epstein party, Oren and Alon lured a 16-year-old model and her friend upstairs. Allegedly, the girls escaped. Allegedly, her friend wasn't as lucky. The document reads, Oren raped her best friend. It also alleges that Tal raped a 14-year-old girl at the same party. And oftentimes they would be in the same room. They would be in the same fucking room as they were drugging and raping these girls, the brothers would. And sometimes they would take turns. Sometimes it was 2 of them. Sometimes it was all 3 of them. And then they would text each other bragging about it. The judge in this case ordered the DOJ to stop releasing any more documents mentioning the Alexanders for the duration of the trial. The defense was worried about jury contamination. I do wonder if when this Epstein connection happened, if this might have swayed. I mean, God damn, like there was so much clear-cut evidence in this case, and yet we know how these trials go. But I wonder if this played a role in the jury finding him guilty on all counts, including sex trafficking. I believe that it did, because right now, with how much Epstein has been in the conversation and how much people have been talking about sex trafficking, it is something that I think people are hopefully understanding more and more how it works. I think too, having an emotional response, because when you think of sex trafficking, you think of Epstein. And for most people, Epstein was a monster. Like there is no doubt that he, for decades, committed so many horrific crimes and had this operation that included a lot of wealthy and powerful men who have not been taken down yet. That probably is what convinced jurors that defense worked in the Diddy case. Yeah, I mean, in the Diddy case, what we saw was we saw some prosecutorial errors. I think trying to get them on RICO just muddied the entire thing, but people not understanding that what Diddy did amounted to sex trafficking. And so he was not found guilty on that, which was the most serious charge. The brothers reportedly kicked off an aggressive PR campaign as soon as the allegations started to surface. There have been whisper campaigns about accusers, strategic leaks, a smear website, the death of a victim, a $500 million defamation lawsuit against the publication that first reported the story. Crisis PR doesn't make cases disappear, but it can make sure the public never gets loud enough to care. That might be what's happening here. And this was from 4 days ago, before the jury deliberations came to a close. Right now, 12 jurors are in a room in Manhattan. They are deciding whether Oren, Alon, and Tal Alexander spend the rest of their lives in prison. The minimum sentence, if convicted, is 15 years. The maximum is life. And separate from this, they still face sexual battery charges in Florida and civil suits. So the real deal is the company that the $500 million defamation suit was filed against. They are a real estate journalist publication, and they were the first to break this story. And I'm going to watch a video by them. And then as far as the death of a victim, that is sadly Kate Whiteman. Bucket Hoop, thank you so much. Kate Whiteman, who was the first to come forward with her allegations. And without her, it would not have prompted a flooding of other women coming forward. And last year, at the end of last year, she was found dead at the age of 45. There was an investigation into her death that found her death was not suspicious. I mean, I think this was a woman who went through so much in her life, much like Virginia Giuffre, and I think the damage that was done to her was irreparable. But without her, without her, there's a lot of other women who would not have come forward. And so even though she's not here, I don't want to forget to mention her. And I don't know, it's one of those that this is where I want to be a spiritual person and go, I hope she is in a better place. And I hope that she knows that justice has been served and hopefully will continue to be served. A day after she made her accusations, a second woman brought a lawsuit against Oren and Alon. And in the following months, a series of other women came forward to news publications with accusations of sexual assault. And I think oftentimes, too, being the woman to really break the doors down, and then what follows is a flood of accusations and other stories of women who were harmed. I think that puts a person in a unique position, because it's very difficult, of course, to come forward as a survivor. But then on top of that, to be the first who does it, the one who takes that step, and then it results in others coming forward. And when I think about Virginia Giuffre, she was not the first person, but she was one of the most high profile and leading voices, and how much she did to pursue justice and how much she took on, and that it ultimately put her in a place that I think in reopening these wounds caused her to go back into a very dark spot. Having to be the one to open the door is very scary. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is from The Real Deal. This is the group of journalists who broke the allegations against the Alexanders.
So we're here at Alon's house. The last time I was here was when he and his brothers were arrested in December.
Is it weird to be here right now?
Yeah, it's a little weird. I remember I spoke to neighbors who talked about how the FBI had showed up and they were like here by land and by boat, so by jet ski. So they were ordering him to come out of the house early in the morning.
Alexander brothers.
Orrin Alexander was arrested.
Alexander brothers being questioned by police. 3 Alexander siblings are facing federal sex trafficking charges.
A sweeping sex trafficking case.
This conduct, as alleged, was heinous.
She didn't want to sleep with him and he was forcing it, and she said no multiple times.
They were holding her down while the brother was having sex with her.
More accusers coming forward based on the chatter happening on Reddit.
The defendants allegedly.
And I think something too to realize is these men were so wealthy. They were charming, they were popular, they were good looking, and people who don't understand, they don't understand like how rape is about power and control will go, well, I don't understand why men like this would do something like that. Because they could get so many women. They are super rich. They are good looking. They have, aren't these the types of guys that women would line up for? And it's because it's about power. It's always about power. It is always about power. That is at the core of rape, power and control. These men got off on drugging and raping and rendering these girls and women totally powerless.
Use their wealth and status to recruit and pay for the travel of their intended victims.
Very similar to what Sean Combs faces, very similar to what R. Kelly was convicted of.
What do you think you saw in his eyes?
It was evil. I say like he looked like he was possessed.
This is bad. This is as bad as it gets.
My name is Catherine Kalergis, and I'm a reporter at The Real Deal. I've been a reporter at The Real Deal for 10 years, and I cover the luxury residential real estate industry and new condo development, as well as scandals and other crazy things that happen in the market.
Hi, my name is Sheridan Wall, and I'm a reporter at The Real Deal. I've been with The Real Deal for about 2.5 years now. I cover residential real estate primarily in New York. We often cover national issues as well, so anything
Like, it's amazing because it's not the typical publication that breaks these kinds of major sex trafficking and other sexual crimes in the way that New York Times and New Yorker and just publications that are the ones typical of covering and exposing these allegations against high profile wealthy men. It's not who you would expect. Yeah. When I first had heard that it was Real Deal, I was like, what is Real Deal? And I looked into them. I was like, wait, they're a publication that covers news in the real estate world. Like, it was amazing that this is a story involving men who come from the most elite, high-powered society, and this is one of the worst sex trafficking and sexual crimes cases. And it's crazy how there's still, it doesn't seem to be something that a lot of people are aware of. And maybe it's because a lot of the focus has been on Epstein. A lot of the mainstream publications have been covering Epstein and everything to do with Epstein, but also like there is the Epstein connection here as well. Usually local publications would be the ones, right? But like, this isn't the Miami Herald, which broke the story in 2018, is still a newspaper that covers these kinds of stories. Like The Real Deal, and not that they don't have journalists who are capable, obviously they do, but it's specifically real estate news, and it's just not the publication that you would think would blow the doors on a massive sex trafficking case.
In the residential real estate space is usually under my purview.
My name is Ellen Cranley. I'm a senior editor here at The Real Deal. I oversee coverage of the world of residential real estate.
My name is Oren Alexander, and I'm the co-founder of the Alexander team at Douglas Elliman. We're dealing with a very difficult market to navigate, considering there's a ton of demand.
I probably started hearing about Oren and Tal Alexander within my first year of reporting at The Real Deal, so that was 2015.
As soon as I had started the job and kind of assessing the news we cared about and who was shaping the market, they were pretty omnipresent names. Their father's career as a luxury spec home developer was pretty key to them getting into real estate in the first place. So I'd say kind of a tight-knit family unit from everything we know. They grew up pretty privileged lifestyle in South Florida, and it's interesting that their parents are still kind of pretty important characters in their lives and proceedings now.
A lot of people knew them. They kind of used that to help get their careers off the ground. Oren and Tal joined Douglas Elliman, I want to say in 2010, around then, and they were introduced to the then CEO, Howard Lorber, by way of their father. That's how they got their foot in the door, and it just kind of kept rolling from there.
After Ken Griffin bought his penthouse at 220 Central Park South, by the time I had joined The Real Deal, that had gotten them a lot of press and a lot of notice. That kind of propelled them into a sphere where like maybe people even outside of real estate might have recognized their name.
That really put them on the map. They set a record, so it's fair enough to put them on the map. Once you reach record-breaking deals like that and you have that kind of notoriety, that allows you to really specialize. So they were really picking and choosing projects. They have a lot of relationships with developers in New York and Miami, and that was really winning the business.
We have a lot of long-standing relationships in this city. I was born and raised here, and those types
Such a skeezy fucking industry.
relationships are really the key today to get those
There's
top
so
market
much-
properties.
there's so much wealth
was
and
living
power.
at 432 Park Avenue, which in New York is a really well-known address. Oren was, is buying homes, like mansions in Miami Beach. They were kind of like talked about as people who were like these like flashy young guys.
They were somewhere in the middle of being extremely showy and extremely public. There's a spectrum of brokers who are at the top of the market. A lot of really seized on controlling their own image.
There's kind of like two classes. There's those that are really in the public eye, and then those that are very, very private. And they were definitely part of this kind of like newer generation of brokers that were like big on social media. We're not press shy. We're like really okay with a lot of publicity.
Oren and Tal really built their business working with very wealthy hedge funders, finance executives,
Movie adore,
lawyers,
thank you so much.
You know, people who were the buyers you want to have if you're, you know, a top luxury agent. And the way they did that was they would fly on private planes and party with them, have dinner with them, go to the same places that all these people went to really get in on that world.
They were known for kind of like living the lifestyle of their clients. Like they were always posting about going on these trips. I think there's like an old photo of them in the desert on a camel, and like they were always at Art Basel and at all of these kind of like big kind of tentpole events where all their like wealthy clients were also attending.
Who we first cared about is Tal and Oren. They kind of built a reputation as being top brokers over the course of a decade at Douglas Elliman before launching their own company.
I'm here with Oren Alexander. He's a co-founder of Official, which is a side-powered
Yeah, Ivanka and Jared were some of their clients as well.
brokerage. Oren is a former top agent at Douglas Elliman who recently decided to branch out on his own. So I was very curious, Oren, what prompted the move? I mean, obviously we're doing great at Elliman, one of the top agents of the company. What made you say, all right?
People who went to school with them say they were bragging about this stuff. They were participating in gang rapes when they were in high school. That's when they started.
It's time to start my own shop.
So the Alexander brothers made headlines in 2022 when they left Douglas Elliman to found their own firm. And they were
Also, one of their clients was Leon Black. Leon Black, one of the fucking pedophiles who was good friends with Epstein. The founder of Apollo Global Management, billionaire.
backed by Side, which is a white label firm that essentially gives you the skeleton to get a company up and running, but you're in the driver's seat. So it was very publicly the two of them, but they also had 3 co-founders behind the scenes who they had worked with at Douglas Elliman. I say behind the scenes, they just weren't as public. I think the Alexanders were very willing to step into the face of this new company that was operating and doing well in South Florida and New York. In South Florida, they had a handful of new development projects on the very high end that they won from relationships with like Michael Stern and Jonathan Landau, firms that we also know in New York.
By the time I joined, they were also working out in LA. Shortly after, they opened up in Colorado. So they were really kind of like growing this business.
Tall definitely seemed to be the face and more of the voice for when we were reporting news on their own company.
I hope that the civil lawsuits that are still happening bankrupt this entire family. I hope that this bleeds the entire Alexander family dry. Their father's company that is a security company that he formed after immigrating from Israel to Miami, I believe it was. I hope they drain all of their assets.
Official. Expanding to Aspen, by all accounts, doing incredibly well with new luxury agents joining the team. He seemed like a pretty clean-cut professional face for them.
So a lot of times we hear and often are referred to as lucky, beginner's luck. But the fact is we've been doing this now for over a decade. And specifically in the last month, we've closed, 3 record-breaking transactions. We've been able to grow a network that's unprecedented.
Being a real estate broker, but particularly being...
No, it's because you're rich kids. Huh? You came from extreme wealth and privilege. You were born with every single advantage. That's how this shit works. That's how the world works.
A real estate broker on the very high end of the market
never had to tie
in
your
New
own
York
fucking
and South
shoes.
Florida. It must feel like the keys to the world sometimes. That's what it seems like when we talk to some of these people.
In New York and in Miami, real estate is a huge, huge business. And we're talking about like tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars that these people are bringing in. You hear the deals that they've been a part of, and it's working with influential people. That's the image that they have out in the world.
A red hot panel tonight. Let me tell you, Oren once sold the most expensive house in Miami's entire history, right? Some $47 million for one house.
They're making all this money and they don't necessarily have a boss. I mean, they do, but it's not really in the luxury real estate world, like money talks.
The real estate industry is kind of crazy. You are basically your own boss, and you're sold on this idea that you can build your own business, have flexible hours, like not really report to anybody, but it's very difficult. I mean, you're paycheck to paycheck, you're living off of these commissions, you're dealing with clients who are very demanding or will back out of a deal. That also creates a situation where bad actors can thrive.
Some of the things that like maybe a full employee would be subject to, like a little bit more scrutiny or an oversight and those types of things, like isn't necessarily true in the brokerage world.
You can get away with things because you're not an employee of the company, you're a contractor. And a lot of these brokerages just want to look the other way.
Real estate brokers are set up to act particularly independently, and there are issues with regulation that I think everyone in every market could raise, but particularly when you add enormous wealth and just kind of these golden keys to society, that can really just change the game.
I briefly worked for this luxury I worked at this luxury residential building, and they bragged about being the most expensive, most luxurious in Los Angeles. And anyway, so I crossed paths with people who are in this world. They are some of the worst. Okay, they are some of the worst motherfuckers. These ego bloated, nasty fucking privileged shit stains who work in luxury real estate. And it's all about your Rolodex. It's all about, not just not just having very famous, wealthy, connected clients, but you yourself showing off that this is a lifestyle that you don't just sell these homes to the rich and famous, you also live in these homes. It's all the aesthetic of having tons and tons of money.
Reported a story on the underregulation of the industry and how bad actors can thrive in this environment. The process for seeking justice really is very difficult and oftentimes doesn't result in anything. What happens is these agents who are, maybe subject to this kind of abuse or ethical violation or breaking the law, they don't really have any options. For the most part, like a lot of these complaints that are filed to the state, if people even know that they can file complaints to the state, they take years. Maybe they don't even result in a favorable outcome. And so it just allows kind of the situation to continue. It's more common than you'd think. And I think part of it is because of like the press.
Don't make everything about Hassan Piker challenge difficulty impossible. Impossible. You guys, and by you guys, I mean singular chatter. Why does everything always have to come back to Hassan Piker? We are talking about some of those notorious sex traffickers who worked in high-end real estate luxury, who were just convicted on all charges today, including sex trafficking, and you are still thinking and talking about Hassan? In my fucking stream. What is wrong with you people? Get them banned. And by that, get them banned, literally. Guys, there's a genocide. Fuck off all the way. Fuck off all the way. Fucking imbecilic losers. I don't understand when, like Epstein is right there, and yet these people are so, it's like you want to bring things back to a person, you bring it back to someone like Jeffrey Epstein when we talk about the Epstein class, when we're talking about these extensive crimes of sex trafficking, when we're talking about the lifestyles of the richest, most powerful, most privileged people in this world. It truly is Hassan Piker derangement syndrome, and I am so sick and tired of them coming into this chat and doing that shit. It's like on top of it, on top of having Hassan derangement syndrome, where I'm sure y'all do this, they go into his chat, then they come in here. I am so exhausted by it. He was a 3-year follower. Jesus Christ. Do they just bide their time? Are you just waiting 3 years? Oh my God. Like literally every single thing I post on the internet, anytime I am streaming, it all comes back to Hassan. These people are so fucking crazy. They are so narrow-minded. They truly believe the world revolves around Hassan. It's so, like, no matter what I post on a platform like Twitter, always comments about Hassan. I'm like, do you understand that you are the one who is not normal? You are not normal. That you go to somebody who's not Hassan Piker in the first place, who is like, no matter what I post about, they will only ever talk about, like, they have to always somehow try and bring it back 1 degree of separation to their Hassan obsession, no matter what it is that is the topic of discussion. Holy shit. Anyway.
Pressures that exist in the way the industry is set up.
The culture rewards making money and closing deals. And that's what's important. I think more people are paying attention to their relationship with their brokerage. More people are starting to question, like, maybe agents should have more oversight. For the most part, that's how the industry operates.
And today we're talking about the hot luxury
Do
residential.
they do this to Will? No. Will doesn't do the content I do, plus he's a man. I am incapable of formulating a singular thought that is not me just getting it from Hassan. It doesn't matter if I'm talking about something Hassan has never talked about. It doesn't matter. Nothing, like, none of it matters. As a woman who covers what I cover, there is no world in which I can formulate a single thought of my own. So, no, they don't do this to Will. Like, I can be covering a story that no one else is covering, or that at the very least Hassan has not talked about once. And this is not me being like, why isn't Hassan talking about every single story I talk about? The point being that there's a lot of things I cover, and I cover from my perspective, and it still doesn't matter because I'm a woman. I can't even say, hey, stop killing children. Like, that's the craziest thing, is how deranged these people are. That if I say stop killing kids, they will make that about how I am just, repeating what Daddy Hassan says. I'm like, you people are fucking crazy. You are so unwell. That basic tenets, basic, like, the most fundamental things. Hey, we should not kill children. Hey, we should protect children. We should protect children. They cannot imagine someone believing that on their own. Like, many people believing that, because everything revolves around their obsessed hatred of Hassan. It is a prison of their own making. And that's why I get frustrated too when I know people who are not, who mean well in my community, who watch Hassan as well. Maybe they're primarily Hassan watchers and come watch me after, who don't allow me to exist on my own when they still do the same thing, where everything still revolves around Hassan, that, like, I cannot exist as an individual. That everything stems from him.
Market. Oren Alexander.
I don't know if it's a uniquely, like, female experience. When I maybe heard early rumors about these guys, it was just sort of, they kind of go about their business and in a pretty specific way.
When we talk about rumors, I'll say that for me in New York, a lot of what I had heard was less about, what grew to be allegations, but a lot about business behavior.
It just seemed like they left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, which is not rare for a real estate broker. I think that kind of personality and being aggressive and burning bridges can work for a lot of people.
I had heard from other brokers in the city that they had a way of doing business that not everybody agreed with.
Very regularly, I think we would get tips about specific allegations that I remember kind of being more towards the end of sexual assault and having to do with alleged female victims.
Within a couple of years of covering this beat, I would hear rumors about something that may have happened in high school, possibly allegations of a sexual assault. Nothing ever came of the allegations at the time, so it wasn't a specific conversation that came up. It was, oh, did you hear about what may have happened in high school at a party? But you also heard so much about how agents didn't like them that it was hard to kind of figure out what was rumor and what was true.
I'm just so tired. I'm so tired of open secrets. I'm so tired of when finally rich, powerful men are exposed for being sex criminals, and whatever industry they are a part of, that it's like, oh yeah, everybody knew for years. Oh yeah, no, word on the street was always that these men were awful. And they just get away with it because that's the fucking culture, because that's how it's our fucking world works. This world that's designed to protect and enable men like the Alexanders. And they were well aware of that. That's why they bragged about raping and drugging girls openly. They were proud of it because they were like, nothing's going to happen to us. Why would it?
We don't report on rumors. We hear a lot of rumors about people. The place that rumors have in our job is sort of a file away. It's something to keep in mind, and I think it's something to be aware of if you're hearing the same thing from multiple people, which still only amounts to a rumor, but it's significant.
What I had heard was, and what other people I think had heard, was that there was a party in high school. Oren and possibly Alon, who is his identical twin, were taking turns raping somebody. There was no record of it that we could find. I don't really know what else was out there.
Without really a lawsuit filed, there's not much more to go on. So really, I think that there were just a couple times it bubbled up to the amount that we believed that there was something solid enough we could find and hopefully kind of break through just conversations in New York and Miami circles.
When something like that is circulating, you want to make sure as a journalist that you are doing your due diligence and looking into it and trying to see if there's any truth to it. I had over the years been asked to look into it. I had heard from sources like, you should ask around, try to find out what's been going on, but nobody ever came forward with allegations. And anybody who I spoke to didn't have specifics. And I think that that is probably something that came up with other journalists, because these brothers, Oren and Tal Alexander, were smart at working with the media, and they had relationships with reporters at top publications, and so they were great at getting publicity for their deals. That was kind of part of their game.
We initially started looking for law.
Yeah, and it's the PR game. When you are connected like this, when you have money like this, you have friends in media. You have fancy PR teams who help dump stories about you in the media that make you look good. And there's one actually, let's finish this and then I'll cover it after.
Catherine kind of got tipped off that somebody was close to having something solid about these rumors and kind of lightly floated allegations we had heard for years, and certainly her in South Florida had heard for years. But this time when we looked, there was something, and somehow nobody else had found it. But nothing.
Tag PR was involved early on with the brothers when the first victim came forward with a lawsuit to smear her. Text messages and screenshots reviewed by the Times show that Tag held calls and sent emails to Oren and Tal Alexander and at least 2 other executives at Official. Yes, it is the way that rich people can wield the justice system against accusers. When you have a woman come forward and allege something about a powerful man, he will take her out with a defamation suit. And same with publications that are not the New York Times and cannot withstand. So like you have independent journalists like a Taylor Lorenz who gets threatened all the time, who, doesn't have the backing of, I just use her as an example, but who doesn't have the backing of a major news publication to protect her from lawsuits by wealthy individuals and companies who want to shut down either, the stories that she's writing, that journalists are reporting on, that aren't necessarily about sex crimes. It's like they'll do this when they want to kill a story.
Prepared me for reading these lawsuits and seeing these allegations actually spelled out.
Roughly 60 women made allegations against the Alexander brothers. What is TAG? So TAG is the agency group. They are one of the most high-profile, powerful public relations and digital agencies, and they work with a lot of global brands, celebrities, industry leaders, and they were employed by the Alexanders. Okay, I want to cover this from, let's see. Yeah. Years before they were charged with sex crimes, Oren and Alon Alexander took legal action to find a mystery blogger who claimed that they had committed sexual assault as teenagers. About 15 years before they were charged with sex trafficking, an anonymous blog post appeared. It asked a shocking question. Does anyone know whatever happened to Oren and Alon Alexander, the two twins who raped that girl at that party in 2003? This is from 2000. This piece is from 2024. This was in the Times. The post, which later disappeared from the internet, included graphics, specific details of a sexual assault describing a victim running barefoot from a party before being treated at two different hospitals. Published on December 12th, 2009, the blog post was made to look like a newspaper article. The New York Times could not identify who wrote the post and could not verify that the incident occurred. But the post tarnished the image that the twins had been cultivating as socialites and young men beginning their careers. Oren Alexander had just started working at Douglas Elliman, one of the largest real estate brokerages in the country, and Alon Alexander had joined his family's private security services company. As soon as the post was published, the brothers took an aggressive, multi-pronged approach to try to identify the person who wrote it and to scrub it from the internet. Their dogged efforts, including legal action in two different courts and combative correspondence with the mystery writer, offer a window into the brothers' past. These actions foreshadowed what federal prosecutors have called a pattern of intimidation that Oren, Alon, and their older brother Tal would use for decades to silence women who accuse them of rape or sexual assault. And remember, The Real Deal, which is the video that we just watched, they were the group that first broke these allegations in 2024. And the Alexanders filed a $500 million defamation suit against them. Like, this is what we mean by how high-powered, wealthy rapists will use defamation suits to silence accusers. Susan Nichelis, a lawyer for Oren, and Joel De Niro, a lawyer representing Oren and Alon, declined to comment on the blog post. Though the post does not mention Tal, his lawyer Deanna Paul referred to it as libel. In an emailed statement, she said anyone facing such a post should take legal or judicial steps to address it. Repeated false media attacks are obviously dangerous. On December 11th, almost 15 years to the day of the blog post, Oren, Alon, and Tal were arrested in Miami on federal sex trafficking charges. They continue to await arraignment in jail on those charges, which now today they were found guilty of everything, including sex trafficking. In addition to the federal charges, they face charges connected to 3 separate assaults. They both pleaded not guilty, or state charges. They both pleaded not guilty to those as well. A friend of the Alexander family faces state charges as an accomplice in one of those assaults. His name is Ohad Fisherman. He has pleaded not guilty, and his lawyer confirmed that he is home on bond. Federal prosecutors say the brothers began engaging in acts of sexual violence while still in high school in Miami in the early 2000s. At least 40 women have been interviewed with allegations of assault dating back 20 years. For example, the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York wrote that Tal and Oren filed a police report alleging harassment by a woman who said she had been assaulted. Tal Alexander also threatened defamation lawsuits, and Alon compiled a file on each publicly identified victim as part of an apparent attempt to discredit their accusers. In the case of the 2009 blog, Oren sent threatening messages to an email address linked to the anonymous writer. The brothers hired an investigator who specializes in cyber attacks and later took legal action against Jay, John, and Jane Doe in New York and Florida courts. The Times reviewed the legal documents and a screenshot of the blog post and interviewed the investigator that they hired. A link to the post now reads, "Blog has been removed." The blogger described an incident claimed to have occurred in 2003 when the twins would have been sophomores at Michael M. Kropp Senior High School in North Miami Beach. The blog was titled, "What Became of Oren Alexander and Alon Alexander," and was written to look like an article syndicated by the Associated Press. Here's the Miami Herald article of that incident. Who could forget? The blogger wrote, providing a URL that mirrors the style of MiamiHerald.com. No such article was ever published in the Miami Herald, and a close read of the post shows errors. It quotes Miami sheriff, but at the time of publication, Miami-Dade was the only county in Florida that did not have a sheriff. Its headline doesn't follow the house style of either Miami Herald or the Associated Press. Within hours of the posting, a second blog with the same title, "What Became of Oren Alexander and Alon Alexander," appeared on the internet. This one was filled with glowing stories of volunteerism and hard work by Oren and Alon. Yeah, I wonder who posted that one. Its first post was biographical, catching readers up on the twin brothers' college education and new jobs. They do a number of social charity causes by helping out poors and making the poor people move forward. This is an actual quote from a follow-up blog to one that was clearly trying to expose them as rapists. And I think whoever wrote it stylized it so that people would think it was that they would take it seriously, that they would think that this was an actual piece of journalism from a reputable publication. And then this follow-up happens with the same title to fuck with the SEO, of course. And they literally wrote this line, "They help out the poors." They help out, so kind. Helping out the poors. It's crazy. Solio, thank you for the 23 months. Whispers, thank you for the 13 months. When asked whether Oren and Alon created the favorable blog, their lawyers declined to comment. Oren reached out to Steve Wagner, a Manhattan lawyer, weeks after the post appeared online. In September 2010, Wagner filed a summons against Jay, John, and Jane Doe in New York Supreme Court, with legal action taken against someone anonymous that is followed by subpoenas designed to identify the person, and reached out to Glenn Derdick, the investigator who found a Gmail address connected to the blogger. The Times viewed a transcript of the email exchange. At 1:56 a.m. on July 17th, 2010, Oren sent an email to the blogger. "We got your IP address," he wrote. "We went easy on you before. That's it. Ha." The blogger responded at 2:04 a.m. "So you remember the rape?" The conversation was tense. Oren and the blogger sent 14 emails back and forth over a span of 3 hours. Oren appears to think the blogger is someone he went to high school with and threatens to, quote, "have a talk with your parents." The blogger says that Oren clearly isn't aware whom he's corresponding with and refers to multiple women allegedly assaulted by the brothers. "What's the matter?" the email from the blogger reads. "Lost count on all your victims?" The blogger was right that Oren Alexander did not know the person's identity. He also did not have the IP address. His email was a bluff. After filing the summons on behalf of Oren and Alon, Wagner never pursued the lawsuit. In January 2011, Oren went around Wagner and reached out to Dardick, who's the investigator, directly, forwarding the email exchange and asking for help identifying the blogger. They asked if I could look at the emails they'd gotten and if I could determine what the IP address was, Dardick told the Times, but he wasn't able to. He told Alexander that the brothers would need to file a lawsuit and subpoena Google to obtain more information. Dardick said that he had never heard from the brothers again and that he was not paid for his services. I know it's not the worst crime here, but of course they did not pay this guy. Over the next 2 years, more glowing blogs appeared on the internet about the brothers' accomplishments and character. A post from July 2011 reads, "Today, Alon and Oren Alexander are very successful young professionals that remain very charitable as well. They work together to grow their respective businesses." Another blog noted in August 2013 that they had topped a most eligible bachelor's list compiled by Hampton's Journal, that their father had taught them the value of hard work, and that they understood the significance of socializing. That's what makes them so successful and appealing, that today they are the hottest bachelors in the Hamptons, the blog entry reads. It appears that the facts were slightly mixed up and the honor had been bestowed by Hamptons magazine. Months later, in December 2013, working with a different lawyer, the twins filed a lawsuit in Florida State Court. Their mother, Orly Alexander, notarized the twins' signatures on the complaint. The defendant is listed as John Doe. The defendant, whose residence and citizenship are uncertain at this time, the complaint reads, has published false attempts about the brothers, including that they had committed rape. This is an utter falsehood, the complaint reads. The brothers were granted a temporary injunction in January 2014, and Judge Donald Grinsowitz of the 9th Judicial Circuit Court of Florida ordered John Doe, as well as any electronic communication provider, to remove the blog. The blog was taken down sometime after. In April of 2016, it was noted that there had been no activity in the case for at least 10 months and ordered the matter dismissed. So, the mother knew? Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. The parents were supporting their sons all the way through, as was, I think it was Alon's wife, who today was like seen with her head in her hands as the jury read out the guilty verdict. I mean, these parents gave their sons, they gave their sons everything. They created this world for them where they grew up thinking they were untouchable. Like, they started doing this shit in high school. Why is it that these rapists always have a reputation as playboys or desirable bachelors? So this is one way that rich abusers like the Alexanders get to control their, get to fashion their reputations for the public, because they have PR teams who plant really glowing profiles and stories of them, because they use their money to and influence to get on like Forbes 30 under 30 type of lists. They pay for press. In this case, this was a blog that obviously they or had somebody fabricate that would anyone who's Googling them, this will pop up. And this was still early on. And then later on, you know, like I said, it got fancier. They had publications like Forbes and whatnot. And then they bury anything about them that is negative through lawsuits, through threats. Was her head in her hands when they were reading the text messages where they were gleeful about their crimes? Yeah, good question.
We reported on 2 lawsuits alleging that top broker Oren Alexander and his twin brother Alon Alexander had raped and sexually assaulted 2 women in separate incidents in New York more than a decade ago. The complaints, we reported on them in early to mid-June, and a few days later, Oren Alexander stepped back from his position at his brokerage Official, which he had co-founded almost 2 years ago after leaving Douglas Elliman, and there were some efforts to kind of, on Official's part, to distance themselves from, you know, these allegations and the seriousness of them and all of that. So as we continued to report, Official seemed to kind of make more steps in that direction. They said that their other partners, Nicole Ogie, Richard Jordan, and Andrew Wachvogel, said that they were in the process of removing him as an owner. Since then, also, we reported that Tal Alexander, who is Oren's brother and partner, was also accused of rape in an alleged incident that included his brother Alon and that Oren allegedly orchestrated.
So we routinely kind of look in the court systems for court cases involving, major real estate players on both the residential and the commercial side. So we had done a sweep and we happened to find these, the first two lawsuits that were filed against Oren and Alon. The first two lawsuits that we found were filed under the Adult Survivors Act.
So this is Kate Whiteman, who died at the end of last year and did not live to see her rapists found guilty in a court of law.
Which is the same kind of provision that E. Jean Carroll sued former President Trump under. It was a New York state law that temporarily kind of eliminated the statute of limitations for civil sexual assault cases. Those were the first two lawsuits, and then the other lawsuit that we wrote about more recently, the one involving Tal, that one was filed under the New York
Mia,
City
thank you for the prime.
motivated violence protection law, and there was a recent extension of that law that opened up that statute of limitations.
Oren and Tal Alexander are, top brokers in Miami and New York. They built their careers at Douglas Elliman. They started, I think, in maybe 2008 in New York, and they really...
And often civil lawsuits are the first kind of suits filed. They can prompt criminal investigations when there is evidence that comes up during discovery. So this is what happened with Diddy when Cassie filed a civil suit. And the New York Adult Survivors Act was a really important piece of legislation because it provided a window for adult survivors of abuse to bypass the statute of limitations that so often is what prevents people from seeking accountability, from getting accountability, from justice. And so we see this happen a lot where the first step is a civil lawsuit because it's the only option that survivors of abuse have, but then evidence that is gathered through the process of discovery, through depositions, can provide enough evidence for criminal charges to be filed.
Mastered kind of the art of social media and the luxury broker and dealing with the 1%. And so they gained this big following. They represented major clients, celebrities and billionaires in record deals in both, New York and Miami and other parts of the country. And I believe
why there's no statute of limitations on murder, right? Weird that there's one for sexual violence. Yeah. Because murder is seen as such a severe crime that there's no statute of limitations on pursuing justice for murder victims, whereas rape and sexual abuse, which we know often takes years for survivors to come to terms with. Maybe they came forward a lot earlier, but were not believed, not taken seriously, just did not have any legal avenues. So it is it's terrible. It's terrible the way that rape is still treated as not a severe enough crime and is subjected to strict legal barriers, like how long ago it happened. Wasn't even considered a crime under certain circumstances. Yeah.
believe even a referral in London. So they were very good at building that network and building that profile online. And so, they were the top brokers at Elliman. They were, in our rankings, both in New York and Miami for years. So that's kind of the significance of it, is that You know, these are obviously very serious allegations, but I think kind of the reaction, you know, after and
Also, when someone is a victim of murder, you cannot use the line of, well, why did you wait so long to report it? Because they're dead. But someone who is a victim of rape is often leveled with that accusation of, oh, yeah, well, then why did it take so long to report it?
and the additional lawsuit and, you know, the way that the company has tried to kind of distance itself kind of shows like how big this has gotten since we first reported on those two complaints.
The first two lawsuits, the attorneys for the plaintiffs had, included a provision in each that had basically said while these were isolated incidents, the lawsuits were about a very specific claim. It was part of a larger pattern of behavior by Oren and Alon, which were...
It's also how a lot of times the police won't do anything about stalking situations until something bad happens, where it's basically, if it results in you being murdered by your stalker or in a domestic violence situation, you end up dead. When it's too late, essentially, then we can try and do something about it.
Who were the two defendants in the first one. After we published, the response that we saw on social media was, we had hundreds of comments on our Instagram post where people kind of generally said that maybe this was something that they had heard about before, that maybe something like this had happened to them.
We were also following the industry reaction to all of this, and we reached out to the developers that Official, which is the Alexander's firm, was working with on new projects, and starting to kind of hear about like some of that changing because the developers probably don't want to be associated with these kinds of allegations, regardless of, whether they're true or not. One thing was Michael Stern has a project, his firm JDS in Miami, that's a Dolce & Gabbana branded condo development. We're hearing that they are, separating from Official. We've reached out to Michael Schwo and his team about the Raleigh development in Miami Beach. And then there's a smaller project also in South Florida, Indian Creek Residences, and they're declining to comment. But there is kind of like, the bigger picture. Like, it's not just these two agents, it's the company that they co-founded, it's the agents that they brought on, and what is going to happen with them. Are they going to go to other firms? Are they going to stick with Official? Is Official going to, remain in place? So we'll be, continuing to follow that. I do believe that you'll still kind of see some movement there because there seems to be more as we continue reporting. On 3 lawsuits in total so far. We did speak with the plaintiff's attorney who represented the first 2 alleged victims, and he had said that he had, in the days after our story, had heard from 28 more women who had similar claims. So I think that if these allegations are true, looking at how this could have gone on for so long.
D&G condos while people are living on the streets.
Out, until 2024 when the allegations go back, more than a decade. And I think in like the Wall Street Journal had reported that some victims were from high school. So it's really like a very wide range of time if this is true. And so we're going to dive into that. So we're continuing to follow this story. You can reach me at kk@therealdeal.com and Sheridan.wall at...
Okay, but just remember, y'all, as angry as we feel, and that anger is justifiable because this is still a world in which rich and powerful abusers get away with so much shit. These motherfuckers were found guilty of every single charge. The jury looked at the evidence, they heard the defense, they heard the prosecution, and came to the conclusion that all 3 of these brothers used their power, use their resources, use their connections to drug and rape dozens of women and girls and silence, or attempts to silence allegations and any noise that popped up over the years. And that's on Women's Month. Also, in situations, even if there's physical abuse evidence, if shelters are full, the person has nowhere to go, safer to go, nothing will be done. I remember in the hospital, one teen girl had evidence of being abused physically, and the staff and cops were laughing at her. Yep. Yeah, victims are not taken seriously. I got a massive settlement a few years ago, and people think all the money is because I'm a Nepo. I just don't want to trauma jump, but the process is horrible. Yeah, like there is still the belief that a survivor of abuse filing a civil lawsuit means that they are a gold digger, means that clearly they're making this up so that they can get a bunch of money out of it, which is so because for the millionth time, often the only avenue survivors can pursue are civil lawsuits. And there were a lot that resulted from legislation like the New York Adult Survivors Act. And also, when somebody is a victim of rape, for example, the trauma that they experience does not begin and end with the instance of that rape. Like, this is something where for years and years, sometimes for the rest of somebody's life, what they have to deal with, how it affects their career, how it affects their personal lives. In unfortunately sad cases of victims of abuse who die by suicide, who are struggling so much with what happened to them. And when they come forward to try and expose these crimes and these criminals, that further re-traumatizes them, that it opens them up to hell. I don't want to detract from the video topic, but it's stuff relevant. Overall topic of sexual assault by powerful men. Not sure if you caught one of the stuff. Certain Twitch streamers and former Twitch streamers. No. I don't know what that is. This will set back the platform for female content creators. I don't know what that is. Victim of sexual assault from one of my parents. Took about a decade of living on my own, but in the same city before I essentially ran away and began to process it. I am so tired of like having to explain the same things over and over again as to how trauma does not just work one way, that abuse does not just look like one thing, that it takes years, and sometimes victims of abuse never come to terms with what they experienced, how society and all of its institutions work against victims of abuse, does not protect them. It does not protect them, which then can result in them being victimized, and then after they're victimized, being punished for being victims. So this is the 17-year-old that I mentioned who, after she was drugged and raped by Alon, he texted his brother and said, "I just took down a 17-year-old." While she and her friends took a trip to Colorado, twin brothers Alon and Oren Alexander drugged them in a club, then raped her in a hotel room, a witness told the jury in a Manhattan courtroom at the brothers' sex trafficking trial on Monday. At the twins' trial, where they stand accused alongside their older brother Tal on 12 counts of sex trafficking and assault, the woman whose name New York law is not publishing because she's a purported victim of sexual assault, said she met them in January 2017 at a nightclub with two friends. They were celebrating their senior year in high school. At the packed club, Alon pulled them out of the crowd to their table, the woman testified. Upon learning the witness was 17 years old, he told her, "That's hot." He then pulled up her turtleneck sweater to expose her abdomen without her consent and asked whether she had a six-pack. He made her 2 drinks at the table, which the woman said she believes were drugged, and she testified that her head felt heavy. And later that night, it was as though her body was severed from her brain, a feeling she had never experienced upon drinking alcohol before. After a little over an hour at the club, Alon and Oren asked the girls to go back to their residence for an after party, telling them there'd be lots of other people. However, upon arriving at their destination, all the woman and her friends found was a dark, empty hotel room. That is where Alon Alexander shoved his fingers inside her pants, then in her vagina, the woman said, before instructing her to move to the bathroom where he raped her. I could feel his nails scraping inside of me. I could feel myself tearing, she said, sobbing. I was really scared because I wanted him to stop. After Alon Alexander attacked her, the woman said she saw blood on the ground underneath her. That scared her, she said, and in her shaken state, she immediately started cleaning it up and apologizing to him for bleeding. He told her she should never apologize for that. I was so scared, she said, crying. He just did what he wanted. When she walked out of the bathroom, she saw one of her friends passed out on a bed, drugged, she believes, and Oren Alexander on top of her other friend on the second bed. That friend subsequently ran out of the room saying, "This is really bad. I don't want to be here," the woman told the jury. Later, she told the witness that she had to use her fingers to prevent Oren Alexander from inserting his penis into her and that she was terrified of the men. After the woman's testimony, government prosecutors read a message from Alon to Oren sent after the woman said she was raped, which read, "I took down a 17-year-old." The witness, who has filed a civil suit against Alon and Oren, said her suit wasn't about the money when asked about it on the stand. "The money would not impact my life because my father is a billionaire. I don't need their money. I just don't want them to have it. When I was 17, they took something from me that I didn't want to give. Now I want to take something from them that I know they don't want to give." The witness almost didn't take the stand Monday as the Alexander's defense attorney suggested the trial should be paused because one of the jurors was hospitalized with the flu and couldn't appear in court. U.S. District Judge Valerie Caproni denied that request and said bringing in an alternate juror to replace him for the rest of the trial. Like, obviously, this is incredibly graphic and horrifying, and I just don't understand how there are people who do not understand that when you are violated in a manner like this, that is something that lives in your body, that you do not just get over it. It is not something where the violation occurs only during the actual act itself. That is trauma that manifests in the physical and mental. And you are opening yourself up to re-traumatizing your brain and your mind when you come forward and testify like this. And it is why this is no simple thing to do. And we know that most often survivors of abuse who come forward are made to be the villains in the situation, whether they are literally the ones who are criminalized or the way that they are publicly smeared, especially if they accuse someone who is very powerful. We see this happen all the time in celebrity cases of abuse. And this is it's no easy thing. This is no easy thing to process, to try and go through the legal system and also the court of public opinion. Like you would be having to live under a rock to not be aware of how society treats victims of abuse. The way that they will find any way to blame them for for what happened to them, for something they did not consent to, for something that violated them. This is another instance. Around 2003, a teenage student at the prestigious Miami Country Day School said she was invited with a friend to a house party by students from a nearby high school. When the girls arrived, they realized they were the only guests. After drinking some Bacardi 151 offered to her, the woman now recalls she was led into a bedroom by the Alexander brothers, as well as one of their friends. She will never forget what happened next. She was pushed down on a bed. The boys held her arms and legs in an X shape. She remembers struggling and didn't know what to do, so she tried to play along. And you can hear, too, like, I don't know about y'all, but every time I hear somebody recount what happened to them, I hear then the subsequent accusations. Oh, well, you were having a good time. And the reality being that she was terrified and was trying to get out of the situation and tried the tactic of playing along. Oh, well, you willingly drank and you willingly went to this party. You willingly went to this hotel room. That does not mean that then you are willingly consenting to what happens to you after that point. They tried to take her pants off. She remembers seeing a camcorder. Someone opened the door and she ran out. Two friends of the woman confirmed her account, which she shared with them at the time. Oh, well, you shared this with people around you. Why didn't you report this to the police? To many in the brothers' orbit, the lawsuits came as no surprise. The assertions had swirled around them for roughly 2 decades, starting when they were high school students in Miami and later in New York as their careers took off at Douglas Elliman. Women and friends from all chapters of the three brothers' lives told the Journal that they were assaulted or knew of others who were. This account, which includes several previously unreported incidents, is based on interviews with more than 50 people who came in contact with the Alexanders during those periods and on documents reviewed by the Journal. And often it is clear the pattern, the detailed, the history of patterned abuse. And with the Alexanders, they were very partial to drugging their victims, and the circumstances that are often very, very similar, despite victims having nothing in common, never having heard one another's story, having nothing to do with one another, but still the circumstances being usually the same. The reporting gives a detailed picture of the nature and extent of the allegations, which include incidents dating back to high school, where students at the time said the brothers sometimes filmed encounters with women. Two complaints were brought to police. Oh, you mean there were things that were brought to you? There were allegations that were brought up to the police, and 3 women sought medical attention. It shows that more than a decade ago, a top executive at Douglas Elliman was warned by one of the brothers that an allegation against him would surface. Tall and his brother were known professionally for selling some of the most lavish homes in New York, Miami, and Aspen. In the real estate industry, they had a reputation as ambitious, hungry, young agents who used aggressive tactics to secure a deal or land a big client, and who used social media and the press to propel their names into the headlines. They did business with titans in the finance world, notably helping billionaire hedge fund manager Ken Griffin purchase a nearly $240 million apartment in 2019, setting a record for a residential property in the U.S. Over the years, they also represented clients such as WeWork co-founder Adam Neumann, New York Mets owner Steve Cohen, and Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. They spent more than a decade at Douglas Elliman before starting their own firm, Official. Also just a stupid fucking name. Like, these people are such trash. They think that they are... They think that they are these intellectuals, these very cultured, brilliant people, and they are just complete and total trash. Naming a real estate firm like it's a club. Exactly. More than half a dozen other women and men who attended Miami Country Day said people were frequently warned by fellow students to be careful around the Alexander brothers. The girls were told by their friends not to accept drinks from them at house parties. The warnings continued throughout the years. I'm just writing to let you know that if you're a girl and you know this guy, Tal, you need to be really, really careful, according to correspondence reviewed by the Journal sent from one woman to another in 2010. Like, that is a reality. Women who warn other women, they'll say, hey, this is a guy that you want to stay away from. This is somebody who you need to be careful around. Like, that has been a system in place because other systems fail. Other systems are not designed to protect women. Yeah, it's a code of, hey, be careful about this person. Many of the allegations against the brothers follow a similar pattern. Women or girls were told of a house party or gathering over the weekend, and when they arrived, they were the only guests. At times, the brothers or their friends would videotape or photograph the sexual encounters, according to the women and two men who had seen videos in high school. Oh my God. This is one of those, like, if you see something, say something. And I know that sometimes people do, they try to, and nobody takes it seriously. And I know that sometimes when you're young like this, you know that something is bad, but you don't know what to do about it. But my God, I mean, you think about, but then it's like, these were rich kids. These were rich kids. They were always going to be protected by that wealth. Tal and his brothers attended the public Dr. Michael Kropp Senior High School in Miami and were friends with some students at the private school. While the accused did not attend our school, we are saddened to learn about these alleged incidents from 20 years ago, said Miami Country Day spokeswoman Paula Montoya. The safety and well-being of our entire community, current students and alumni alike, are of the utmost importance to Miami Country Day School. We condemn sexual assault in the strongest terms. Around 2001, a 15-year-old Kropp student went to a gathering with Tal and other friends. She said Tal brought her into a room and raped her. She said she tried to push him off and scream no, but he persisted. She ultimately was led out of the house in a state of undress as Tal threw some of her clothes out after her. She said she eventually got her clothes and walked home a few blocks away. She said she didn't report the incident because she didn't want to bring more attention to it. Another student was told of the account by a person who was present at the time. Oren and Alon were part of a group of high school students who allegedly gang raped a Kropp high school freshman in 2003, said the accuser, who was 14 at the time. She said she remembers multiple boys, including Oren and Alon, raping her in what they called running a train, or when multiple men have sex with a woman one after the other. That night, she said, family members brought her to a local hospital. She said she doesn't remember what they did at the hospital and that she had taken Xanax, but she didn't have her underwear or purse after leaving the house. She stayed in bed much of the weekend. At Kropp on Monday, a group of the boys approached her and handed her her purse. She started crying, and a security guard approached her and a friend, suggesting she go to a guidance counselor. She said she told the guidance counselor what happened, and the counselor called the police, who came to the school. The friend of the woman, who was also a student at Kropp, confirmed the account, which she was told at the time. Past and current crop administrators didn't respond to requests for comment. An operator at the school said most administrators are out until mid-August. North Miami Beach Police Department investigated the incident, interviewing several male students, including Oren and Alon, according to the police report and a spokesperson for the department. According to the report, besides her Xanax consumption, the freshman also was given an unknown alcoholic beverage while at the house. She was later accompanied by a detective to the Jackson Memorial Hospital's Rape Treatment Center and examined by a doctor, according to the report. That report was shared with the detective. They brought their findings to the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Sexual Battery Unit. An assistant state attorney at the time dismissed it due to the inconsistencies of the statements made by the victim, contradicting witnesses, insufficient evidence, and the fact that the defendants admitted to having sexual intercourse with the victim. Oh yeah, like that's not a fucking strategy, saying, oh yeah, no, we had sex, but it was consensual. And then the prosecutors or police will go, oh, well, they said that they had sex and it was consensual. And this seems like a classic case of a girl who drank too much, feels embarrassed. So case closed. The attorney has since died. Rest in piss. The spokesperson for the North Miami Police Department said they had no comment since it was an old case and the lead investigator retired. Another woman said around 15 years ago in New York, Tall tried to force himself on her. She said that she and Tall met at the SL nightclub, went back to his apartment where they initially made out while she was partially undressed. They had smoked marijuana. Oren and another friend were also there, entered the bedroom and shut the door. Tall became more rough with her. His friend started taking photos and she began to panic. She said she was eventually allowed to leave and remembers Tall and the others laughing the whole time. It's also that it's like they get off on the humiliation. They get off on knowing that these girls are scared. They think it's funny. They think it's funny that they can just do this evil shit. Their level of fucking gall. I know. She said she went to the hospital soon after to see if she was drugged and tried to report the incident to the New York City police at the time. She was told that because she consented to consuming marijuana, she didn't have a case. This is this century. This is in the 2000s. This woman who was drugged and who was victimized by these men, being told that because she consented to consuming marijuana, there was nothing that she could do. The Journal confirmed the account based on correspondence from the time. At Douglas Elliman, the brothers were favorites of Chairman Howard Lorber. Here's a picture of all of the three of them. They were favorites of Chairman Howard Lorber, who frequently directed business to them or recommended them to developers for high-profile projects. He attended Oren and Alon's 27th birthday party at Boutique Restaurant near Central Park, with Lorber saying in a video that he was proud to be associated with the brothers. In a statement, a spokesman for Douglas Elliman said that no executive at the firm favored the brothers and that it's common for executives to attend social events hosted by agents. The three former members of the brothers' team at Douglas Elliman told the Journal that Oren frequently bragged about his sex life. One team member said Oren would show pictures of him and his brothers with naked women that they had been with. The extent to which people at Douglas Elliman were aware of sexual assault allegations against the brothers is unclear. More than a decade ago, Oren warned at least one senior executive at the firm that he might be publicly accused of sexual assault. The former executive said he dismissed the conversation at the time and didn't look into the situation further. Yeah, no big deal. Nor did he inform any other high-level executives or human resources. In the real estate industry, agents are independent contractors, meaning they aren't subject to the same level of scrutiny that's common for employees at other types of companies. In recent weeks, Douglas Elliman sent an email to its staff warning that they shouldn't speak to the media about the Alexander brothers. A lawyer for Oren and Alon attempted for many months to negotiate a settlement with Kate Whiteman, one of the women who's filed suit against them in March, who is now dead. The parties couldn't settle on terms. After news of the lawsuits broke, one woman who alleged that Oren sexually assaulted her in 2017 commented that it was a long time coming on an Instagram post by the real estate trade publication The Real Deal, detailing lawsuits against the brothers. Oren reached out directly to the woman, according to messages reviewed by the Journal. Nice comments on Instagram, he texted her, adding that their prior friendly messages in the text chain would reveal the real story. You're pathetic, he wrote to her. Of course, using the incorrect version of your. Just want to point that out. Yeah, that's how this so often works, that these abusers, these rapists will intimidate and harass and be like, good luck having anyone believe you. You're a whore. You're pathetic. I have text messages between us, and everyone will believe that you're just a lying bitch. Okay, not only is it weird to show people those pictures, if the brothers were in it, like, even if it was consensual, wouldn't people be like, why are you having sex with your brother there? Like, the red flags are everywhere. Yeah, okay, here's the thing. All right. This is the culture, the larger culture that we talk about all the time, that lets men like the Alexanders get away with being creeps, let alone, committing severe sexual crimes. It's nobody does anything about it because these guys are rich and very well connected. I wish I could describe what I want to have happen to these fucks. Well, we will see in August when they are sentenced, and they are facing a minimum of 15 years and a maximum of life in prison. The charge of sex trafficking alone carries a life sentence. There's like weird incestuous undertones to this story too. Yeah, it's like how many of these instances of rape involve the brothers like side by side having drugged and raped girls, or taking turns, participating in like a gang rape. It's just, it's sick. It's sick on so many different levels. I wish nothing but total pain and suffering for all three of them. Just complete and total sick degeneracy. I think it's more about reveling in the power that they felt over these women together. Yeah, for sure. I think they bonded. I think they bonded over sharing in this together. That the three of them all did these things and bragged about it to one another and felt proud about it. And it was something that they all shared in. Obviously, being rich does give them power and protection in this, but I think it's important to know that even if the men are not rich, still often no one does anything about it. It's misogyny. Men get away with this every day, rich or poor. Yes, it is not just rich and powerful men who commit abuse and get away with it. I hate that it was so normal to them that they had an entire system and routine. Yes. And like I said, they had that sick playbook with their rules justifying if a woman is too scared to go to the police, it's not rape. It's not rape if she's under the influence of something. It's not rape if whatever reason they decide, it's not rape. Sorry. It's not rape if she was unable to fight back. It's not rape if she had a crush on one of the brothers first. It's not rape if drugs left her with memory gaps. It's not rape if she can't remember every detail of the night. And I think, too, that that's not just them justifying why they are allowed to do these heinous acts to these women and girls. I think it's also recognizing we won't be found criminally or civilly liable because these are always the excuses that are made for rapists. These are always the things that are used to denigrate victims and to shield abusers. Oh, well, she was in a relationship with him. Oh, she pursued him. Oh, she clearly had a crush on him. Oh, she was drunk. Oh, well, she was, she was somebody who got money for sex. Oh, it's not rape because she didn't report it at the time. Hogan, thank you. I don't know why Heliar is on the screen. Oh, this is a Hollywood Reporter thing. It's like, what does this have to do? Oh, yeah, they had consensual sex once before. And so therefore, consent is always given in every instance. Didn't that actress marry rapists? You know what? It is appropriate that Heliar is on the screen here because she did marry a rapist. Britt Lower's husband, alleged rapist. Smoked marijuana was a reason. Yeah, it's not rape because she willingly smoked marijuana. But he has such a bright future. Hey, we have to think about this young man's future. He's a very, very talented swimmer. We don't want him to not be able to fulfill his very, very bright future. Think about what would happen to his life if he were to face the consequences of his actions. My cousin ran away from home when she was 13. For that, they tried to put the blame on her for being raped by a stranger in McDonald's bathroom. Yeah, I mean, they still call children who are victims of sex trafficking, who are being sexually exploited. They'll say that they are child prostitutes. Like when Jeffrey Epstein was first charged back in 2000 and in the early 2000s, the charge that he pled guilty to was soliciting prostitution from an underage woman. As if like children are consenting to working in sex work. Like they are consenting to having sex, and the problem is that they're underage. Are you talking about the rapist, Brock Turner? The person who's a rapist and shall always be a rapist, Brock Turner? Yeah, that fucking rapist. When Mark Leda interviewed a child prostitute. Yeah. Oh my God. All right. I need to talk about something else. Who goes by a different name now? I mean, here's the thing. Brock Turner, yes, he did not go to prison. He has his freedom, but he changed his name. I think last I saw he was working at some factory in the Midwest somewhere. And when people find out who he is, they do not leave him in peace. Or I guess went to prison for, yeah, he did not face the consequences that he should have, because the judge decided that he just had too bright of a future. He gets fired when they find out. Yeah. Yeah, so fuck him for the rest of his life. Came from a good family. Yeah. You know, when you come from a good family, like the Alexanders did. Such a good family. Well, that by itself should make you immune. Because, hey, you're from a good family. You got a lot of opportunities, bright future ahead of you. Okay, let's talk about this morning. Wild and scary thing that happened, which is that a woman shot at Rihanna's LA home with an AR-15 style rifle, and people have found her public posts. And I hate to say it, but she sounds the way that a lot of parasocial stans sound on the internet, the way that like Lipstick Alley and other snark pages and other stan corners sound. The things that she was saying about Rihanna.
A suspect is behind bars after allegedly shooting towards the home of pop superstar and billionaire businesswoman Rihanna.
10 gunshots fired from the vehicle at the gate.
Overnight, an LAPD official telling NBC Los Angeles that multiple rounds were shot from an AR-15 style rifle.
I believe the shots came from across the street.
Several bullets striking the home of 9-time Grammy winner Rihanna and her longtime partner, multi-platinum rapper A$AP Rocky.
He was not there, but she was home, and her children were home. But neither she nor they were harmed, luckily.
Burr said she was washing dishes when the shots rang out.
No, I
was a little
spilled
shocked.
my water.
You know, we don't hear that kind of thing in this neighborhood. It's pretty quiet.
According to police, the 38-year-old singer was at home at the time of the incident.
And see, this is why we should not platform and give glossy profiles to people who are dangerously parasocial. We should not give them a spread in Wall Street Journal. We should not treat them. We should not give reverence to them.
When the alleged shooter, a woman, drove to the location and opened fire. Authorities say rounds hit the gate and 4 rounds struck the house, but thankfully there were no injuries to anyone inside. It is not clear if A$AP Rocky or the couple's 3 children were home when the shooting took place. The best-selling artist had her third child just last September.
Oh, I thought I read that that Rihanna and her kids were home, but maybe not.
Revealing the pregnancy several months
report.
earlier at the Met Gala. The Diamond singer, who took center stage at the Super Bowl halftime show in 2023, teasing fans last month that she was back in the studio working on.
No, see, I read in the LA Times that that Rihanna and her 3 kids were home at the time of the incident.
Her 9th studio album. As for the scary incident, authorities say the suspect was taken into custody without further incident and that a weapon was recovered.
Nobody should have to deal with being, in fear in your own home. That's terrible.
Rihanna has not spoken publicly about the attack on her home. We have reached out to reps for both her and A$AP Rocky, but have not heard back. The LAPD says the suspect's booking information is expected to be released later today. Hoda?
All right, Dana Griffin for us there. Dana, thank you so much.
Jesus. Here is a video that is from a month ago that people found. They have been finding a lot of this woman's posts because she made a lot of them.
There's an energy trying to literally throw a ray of, what is it?
I don't know. I don't know if this is verified, but I did read that she's a fan of Nicki Minaj and Drake.
A ray of force at me to push me down. I don't want you, and you don't go there. And you know what? God's judgment is going to be overwhelming against you when he grabs you and throws you down. I've already seen it. You saw Rihanna. You saw her picture. She has a very big forehead and an ugly, ugly nose. That's God's judgment on her.
Like, do you see what I mean when I say this sounds, though, the way that a lot of stans speak online and how so many of these snark pages on platforms like Reddit, how people speak? That this is clearly someone who is not mentally well, but that this just sounds so familiar. Just very much so how a lot of people sound, how stans sound on Twitter when they are attacking other people on behalf of their fave. Like, I literally, I posted a quote in a photo of Marsha P. Johnson for International Women's Day. And some stan of Nicki Minaj's has like posted really crazy shit in response. And I last time I had seen it, it had at least a couple hundred likes. And anyway, so this is just the kind of behavior that is and always has been very troubling. And God damn it, the way that stans have had more and more power in culture and are not being, and it's not being taken seriously how dangerous and how bad this behavior is. And it shouldn't be encouraged. It should not be something that ever is given the type of attention that, like, when Club Chalamet, I know I keep referencing it, but when Club Chalamet gets a fancy profile, that sends the message that these are people to elevate, that these are people to that then can encourage other stans acting these ways.
I keep telling her to stop harassing me, to stop harassing me. And she keeps doing it. She keeps harassing me. And I already bought stock in Ulta, and I have staked in Ulta. So now those energies can't harass me when I go into Ulta anymore. When I go into Ulta, the devil tries to antagonize me or instigate against me by the pictures that are there. But you know what? I bought steak in there, and I said, forget you. This is mine too. This is mine too. You're not going to be throwing bad energy at me when I'm coming to the store. So I went and I bought stock. And then when I went in there, I saw Rihanna. She looked so bad. That's the judgment of God. And I thank God for that. So just the way God did that judgment, the same energy, the same devil that is trying to be around me and make my area uncomfortable, God is going to catch.
Yeah, and FYI, the Nicki Minaj stan who posted something so grotesque in response to my tweet also had like Jesus follower or God whatever on their profile.
Sam and Lauren, we're learning new information about this alleged suspect. She may have been a deranged fan. Right now, it's sort of a chaotic scene because it's a one-way street where Rihanna lives. Right now, police have asked us to move, and they have shut down the road so they can do additional analysis. Now,
this woman got an AR-15 and shot multiple times at Rihanna's home. An AR-15.
It's a Facebook page matching the suspect's description with bizarre posts about not just Rihanna, but also singer Cardi B. Take a look above. Sky 5 is overhead where the Grammy winner's mansion is. It's been quiet all morning until about the last hour, where we've seen members of her team coming and going from her home, even loading up a van full of suitcases and a bassinet, perhaps the family officially leaving for now. This all happened around 1:15 yesterday. Police responding quickly to this upscale neighborhood where the singer and businesswoman lives with her partner, A$AP Rocky, and their 3 children. On one side of the gate inside, you can see those bullet holes, but on the outside, they did cover it up with a piece of sheet. If you look here, this is the alleged... But first, this is the alleged suspect, according to TMZ, identified as 35-year-old Ivana Lisette Ortiz, who fired those shots toward the star's home and then took off. And again, multiple Facebook posts saying derogatory things, not just about Rihanna, but also Kim Kardashian. Ortiz allegedly fired multiple shots into the fence in front of the home, and you can see those bullet holes right there covered with the sheet. Then again, multiple people coming and going from the home this afternoon. According to the LA Times, a bullet may have hit the mansion and that Rihanna was home at the time, although it's not clear if anyone else was. Here is the 911 call that came in around 1:15 yesterday.
Close vehicles, a white Tesla, seen northbound on Coldwater. Suspect vehicle is a 2023 to 2024 Tesla 4-door with paper license plate.
According to
Like, how is this different from a lot of other stan shit that you see? Hashtag Champagne Poppy when Drake found out Rihanna has AIDS. You know, it's like this stuff is not funny. It's not... it's not a joke, because I feel like parasocial stan culture has really exacerbated, exploited mental illness. Facebook posting somehow more unhinged than Twitter. I know.
Dispatch audio, the suspect left the home in that Tesla, but she was located and arrested, the LAPD saying a weapon was found. But why she may have opened fire, that remains a mystery, because all the stars and celebrities in this popular tourist area. And you can see we saw a tourist bus coming and going early this morning, and we spoke to one of those drivers.
We know about in the past that she had some issues here at her other home, and we were very sad to hear about what happened. But I'm also a little bit disappointed that her security didn't shoot back at the person. And we just wish for her safety, and we just wish that these people would respect the celebrities, and we're praying for her peace.
Okay.
And right now, Ortiz is in custody, and she is being held on a $10 million bail.
No, Rihanna, no. You're not the eagle. They will soar high on wings like eagles. Rihanna wants to say that we are flying. That we are flying, and we're not. She's not flying. She had a bad day. She looks really stupid and corny. And Everyone knows it. But the way that they want to, that girl, the way that Rihanna wants to kill me, she's the one who wants to kill me. The way that Rihanna wants to kill me shows that we're not going to show this right now. But this is my heart, Lord, and I am expecting and waiting in that beautiful time for you to show me what you're going to do and how you're going to deliver this promise. It's in my heart and it's in my vitality, and I'm very, very grateful to you for your abundant graces. Listen, Rihanna, when you die, God is taking me to my future. You want to kill me. Shut the up, okay? Shut the up. Yeah, she's a witch. She's a witch. I'm a watchman. She's a witch. Get that stupid girl out of here. Okay? They can't do this.
I know,
they
it's really
can't
hard
do
to
this.
watch.
What about my hands? What about these fingers over here? What about these 3 fingers? What about it? What about it? No, you're not here. You're rebuked. And even if you're here, there are many in this realm. There are many in this realm, and you are rebuked, and Jesus is the king, and you're just kicking and screaming on your way out and perishing. It's embarrassing.
A jury has found...
I mean, I obviously there's the whole, like, we need mental health, we need this and that. But parasocial culture is, it feels like it's getting worse, and it feels like people use parasocial stands in really dangerous ways, whether they are Twitch streamers who are sending people in their community to stalk and harass and abuse their enemies, right? Or they are celebrities like Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj wields her stands. She wields her stands. She will frequently say in tweets like, I need y'all. I need y'all to protect me and go forth and basically take care of all these haters out there. It's very dangerous. It's the weaponization of it. It's the not taking parasocialism seriously. And there is a lot of mental health that is being issues of mental health that are exacerbated and exploited in these stan communities. Like, obviously this woman seems to be experiencing some type of psychosis. I don't know exactly what it is, but like, y'all, what I'm trying to point out is a lot of like the stuff she's saying, making fun of Rihanna's forehead, saying like Jesus is king, Jesus is going to come get you. There's really not a lot of difference with that and so much of what we see in stan culture and the way that they speak and the way that they do act as if they know these people and they know them, and whether it's the person that they're obsessed with or the person that they have set their targets on. Nicki weaponized them, and so many artists don't say anything about the stans fighting for them like crazy, which is also bad. Yeah. Oh my God. And then the religious psychosis aspect here. And meanwhile, you have higher ups in the US military who are saying this is a holy war. Jesus is king, and we have to go blow up everyone in Iran and everywhere else so that we bring back Jesus. It's the Armageddon. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about it, but holy shit. This is really terrifying. It's really terrifying. A lot of insane things are happening. Yeah. I mean, I had somebody like, I recently went into my DMs just to make sure. Sometimes I do that to make sure that there's not like any serious threats, something that I need to be aware of. And There was somebody who, there were a couple people who sounded exactly like this, who were talking about Jesus is king and how like they're on to the shit that Hassan Piker and I are saying, and that they're going after, that it just all sounds the same because it is kind of one and the same. Yeah. Yeah, and then often, there's mentions of Asmongold or these other streamers that these people who seems to have mental illness and are going forth with some type of mission here, whether it's like the mission is from Jesus or the mission is from a fucking Twitch streamer, that they interpret as like, oh, I have to go after the enemy here. Like sometimes too, even if they don't mention a specific name, I will see in the comments that they're in the threats that they're making that I'm like, I know exactly where this is coming from. Like the quotes that they'll use, or you just get the sense, That reminds me of the Stan account that was like, sorry, I haven't been posting. I started taking boot stabilizer and now I'm not obsessed with BTS anymore. Like, hey, I treated my mental health. I treated my mental illness. What the heck? Willie? What the heckaroni? Jesus. You're the best, dude. I appreciate ya. W's for Willie. W's for Willie. You pressed the button. You did. You're my number one. My number one sub gifter. The summer ends. Thank you for the 16 months. Currently have that top spot. I saw a vid on TikTok about researchers discovering people who think they hear God's voice are just hearing their own voice in their head and they didn't recognize speaking in thoughts. I don't know. Sometimes I don't have the answers. I don't. And we can say all the things about expanding mental health resources and accessibility, acknowledging these things for what they are, recognizing what's happening, but sometimes things are sad. Yeah. Reminds me of that chatter yesterday who said they want to marry Pokey. And that's why I'm like, this isn't a joke. Okay, someone like that who then goes, haha, I'm just kidding. I'm like, okay, well, you're still parasocial. And maybe you don't have the level of mental illness where you'll like do something further than that, where you will actually like go forth and that you go past that. But it does happen. It's not a joke. I read that Chatter's logs in Pokey, Ray's, and Hassan's Chatter's banned in all of them. Yeah. Not surprising. Oh boy. All right. What else do I have here? Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Big Waldo, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you. I read that apparently she also filed a legal petition against Live Nation in Orlando to try to stop Billie Eilish from having a concert at the Kia Center. Oh my God. $75,000 grievance filed against Billie Eilish concert. She alleged that she would suffer immediate and irreparable harm if Billie Eilish's concert proceeded due to noise concerns and traffic issues. Also expressed concern over whether noise... Yeah, and that's why, like, okay. that fucking British fuck, what was his name? He's like a Nick Shirley type who just recently flew from the UK to Los Angeles to stalk Billie Eilish outside her home and was like, oh, why won't Billie Eilish? I should just be allowed to come in, right? Billie Eilish says that no person is illegal on stolen land. Also, Vate, thank you so much for the 5 gifteds. That guy, not Drew Pavlo. He's not that loser. Not Drew Pavlo, but he also was saying that. He was also like doing a GoFundMe so that he could fly to Los Angeles and stalk Billie Eilish outside her home and go into her home because, well, no one's illegal on stolen land, so I should be able to go in. No, it was this other dude who, yes, works for GB News or something like that. Some journalist who made a video outside of Billie's home where he was stalking her outside and was like, well, I should be able to go in and have tea with Billie, right? Right? Because Billie said that no one's illegal. So why can't I go into her home? Billie, let me in. Come on, let's hang out. And then you have someone like this who filed this suit, who then might see a video like that and go, oh, that's where Billie Eilish lives. Or is like, yeah, feels empowered or emboldened by it. Ben Leo. Oh, yeah.
Hello, Bev. Well, I was at Billie's house, but I thought after knocking the door and poking my nose through her big, massive 15-foot gate, I'd better scarper down the road. So I'm at the top of the Hollywood Hills with a really beautiful view of the LA city skyline behind me. But yes, after the insufferable Grammys episode on Sunday night, not just Billie Eilish, the likes of Bad Bunny, lots of other irrelevant people, basically dunking on ice and using their opportunity on the stage, collecting awards to, as Ricky Gervais would say, not thank their families and their God and then F off, as Ricky said, but using it to preach to the general public about ICE and immigration. And Billie, of course, said what she said. So I thought, whilst I'm here in LA, not predominantly to knock Billie Eilish, I'm here for something else, but I thought I'd go and pay Billie a visit and just see what her house is like. She believes in no borders. She doesn't believe anyone's illegal. So does she practice what she preaches? This is what happened a bit earlier this afternoon. Let us in, please, Billie.
Yeah, irrelevant Bad Bunny. Only, one of the biggest global stars.
We are here because this is stolen land, Billie, and we think we should be given access to your quite lovely $3 million mansion. Hello, Ben Leo from The Late Show Live on GB News. Do you remember when Billie Eilish said this at the Grammys?
No one is illegal on stolen land. Nice is all I want to say, sorry.
Well, Billie reckons there's no such thing as an...
Yeah, and I think there's a whole thing here where, look, Ivana Lissette Ortiz seems to be in a state of psychosis, like clear mental illness happening here. But it's also like the just normalization from guys like Ben Leo and Drew Pavlo and the many people who follow them and support their being creeps. It's the normalization of that that like, oh, in the name of content, haha, it's funny, it's they cooked them, gotcha. When it's like women have to deal with this issue of stalking and harassment, and that they don't have. I mean, this is what we were just talking about. Is like how the police and the courts don't do anything, do not protect women who are experiencing this. How hard it is to get restraining orders, and then it's like you have this journalist who makes content out of flying to Los Angeles and stalking Billie Eilish outside of her home, being like, let me in, let me in, let me in.
Illegal human, because we're all on stolen land, so we're here
I think the content
in Billie's
chasing
quite
culture
posh
enhances
neighbourhood
this
in
a
Los
bit,
Angeles.
yes.
Let's go and see if she practiced what she preaches. Hopefully, if she sticks by her merits, she'll have no problem with me waltzing in, maybe making a cup of coffee or a tea. $3 million home. She's got some paddocks out the back with stables and horses. Maybe we can go for a horse ride. I'm sure she'd have no problem with it, because She stood up on the stage at the Grammys. Tens of thousands of people watching.
And like a lot of people who would look at this, look at Ivana Lisette Ortiz and go, wow, that woman's crazy. Wow, that's bad. But then look at this and go, ha, yeah, get wrecked, Billie Eilish. Ah, that's awesome.
In the audience, millions around the world. The clip's gone viral. Here we go. Oh, nice little place. Bins are out. It's bin collection day. First of all, isn't that ironic? Massive gates keeping people out. I thought Billie didn't believe in borders. Well,
And as I pointed out, thank God she has those gates, because of your fucking British ass showing up trying to doing creepy shit. Get a job. Stay away from her. Yeah. And he's like, oh, this is my job. This is my job.
The driveway, Billie does believe in borders. She believes in massive gates keeping people out.
Classic
Up the cameras
colonizer
up there as
behavior.
well. The lights are on, so somebody must be home. Let us in, please, Billie.
Classic.
We are here because this is stolen land, Billie, and we think we should be given access to your quite lovely $3 million mansion. And such is Billie's concern for security and privacy. It's surrounded by pretty decent security fencing. Very nice indeed. Massive security hedges as well. She's taken a lot of concern and time to make sure she's got some privacy, as you'd expect. Oh, there we go. At the $3 million...
Motherfuckers like him do this shit all the time, and then when they get called out, the response is, I'm just calling out contradictions or accountability. Yeah, I mean, this is Nick Shirley's entire thing. And this dumb fuck who is racist, who stalks and harasses people, who then is at the White House hanging out at the State of the Union. Scooter, thank you for the 19 months. Local British man shows audiences why security fences and gates exist. Yeah, and there's a lot of people too who think because he's the underdog in a situation here, he's not famous, he doesn't have the money and fame that Billie Eilish has, that they're like, oh, this guy's great. Hell yeah, stick it to these obnoxious celebrities. Can we finally get rid of this type of content and just start arresting these stalkers? Like, I'm so sick and tired of this being incentivized kind of content. And there's so many of these guys. I can't even tell them apart. And they just keep popping up. And in fact, he's just a shock jock working for Rupert Murdoch or whoever owns GB News. Yeah. Like, this is not serious journalism. This is a racist news outlet, GB News. You know, he would have walked right into the home if there was no gate and the door was unlocked. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody, wait, who was it that said the one good thing about Texas is if this guy showed up, someone could blow him away. Stand your ground laws that are so racist, by the way. But in this instance, I was like, I was standing my ground so I could legally blow him away. The other one time it would be valid. Also, an insanely massive difference between a private residence and a country. They're not the slightest close things. No, this is so bad faith. It's so fucking bad faith. And they know that it's not. They know it's not a serious argument, but they get a lot of views from this kind of content, and it makes them feel big and cool. As you could probably imagine, he has the most insane and disgusting political takes. Of course he does. Of course, he's a British hog. He's just got the pompous ooh, ooh, ooh accent. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alrighty. Let me pull up. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, watch this. I don't know why things are not unbookmarking. The incidents can be messages after a girl dies.
Stalking will soon become a new offence in New Zealand, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. After widespread calls for change, the government says it'll introduce legislation before the end of the year. Under the new law, stalking will be defined as 3 specified acts within 12 months.
It's always hard when you see other countries doing things about problems that exist everywhere. And you're like, oh, wait, so shit can actually get done.
It would include damaging a reputation, recording, tracking, or following someone, including by using modern technology. Courts will be able to issue restraining orders if someone is receiving harmful digital messages. And stalking will be an aggravating factor.
Yeah, like after the mass shooting at Bondi Beach, in a country where they already have so many more restrictive gun laws than in the US, and they're like, we have pledged to make our gun laws even more restrictive after this horrific shooting. Sorry, that was terrible accent. And us in America here, we're sitting watching it and going, oh, wow, that must be nice.
In sentencing. Convicted stalkers will not be able to hold a firearms licence. The announcement comes after a recent inquiry into a horrific case of stalking found current laws were not fit for purpose. Here's Simon Newsy.
This Afghan student arrived nearly 2 years ago, just as Afghans here were mourning 21-year-old Farzana Yaqubi, an Auckland law student stabbed to death by a stalker.
Why should such thing happen in a country that is very safe?
Many asked that question.
There's certainly been very strong calls from many thousands of young women particularly signed petitions following that case.
Now Farzana's case and others have led to change.
We're going to criminalise stalking behaviours, which are of great concern to so many, particularly women in our community.
Absolutely thrilled. It's been a long time coming. It will save people.
Makes me a kind of like relief. I'm like, yes.
Events leading up to Farzana Yaqubi's murder fueled the call for a new law.
The Independent Police Conduct Authority found police failed to respond to 3 complaints of stalking she'd made. They included a threat to throw acid on her face. Now, 2 of those complaints were made online to the 105 service, which the public has increasingly become dissatisfied with. On top of that, the authority found the way police assess a stalking complaint is not fit for purpose.
Advocate Ruth Money says the new law must allow for future advances in technology and says 2 cases of stalking should constitute a crime, not 3 as suggested.
It means that there are more people harmed to get to that 3rd threshold. 2 is fine.
She's also pushing for a focus on a stalker's behaviour, not a victim having to prove harm.
You have intended to stalk someone. Doesn't matter whether the victim was harmed or not.
Athena Shafaya has her own frightening online encounter after a man reposted her Instagram pictures without permission.
Did he stop?
By itself.
No, he's still doing it.
New Zealanders get to have a say on the new bill at Select Committee next year. Simon Mersep.
Not like, what did they do on top of that? But again, it's like better than nothing, and certainly better than so many cases the United States. It's like you see other countries actually respond to calls for justice, social movements. Here they're like, well, that's it. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Oh my God, this was making me laugh so hard. Look at the likes on this. So if you don't know, Israel just got eliminated in the context of baseball, but they got destroyed in what was it, the World Baseball Classic, the WBC. They got destroyed by the Dominicans, obliterated. And look at the likes on these posts. So this is the Netherlands, 183 likes. Netherlands eliminated. Australia eliminated, 722 likes. Panama eliminated, 369 likes. You ready for this? Israel eliminated, 141,000 likes. And wins are so few and far between. I'm taking that as a win. Not just them being destroyed in the WBC, but also how many people fucking hate Israel? Everyone hates Israel. For good reason. Because guess what? When you are simultaneously committing genocide, invading multiple countries, killing children everywhere, using the same defense over and over again, that if you say anything about that, if you call that out, that you're anti-Semitic, that they're just the small being defending themselves, people go, shut the fuck up. We fucking hate you. Calling everything spiritual Israeli now. I mean, their reputation has been so thoroughly damaged because they just love committing war crimes. That a post saying Israel eliminated, generating almost 150,000 likes, and I'm sure many, many memes. The world is a cruel and unjust place. There's no harmony in the universe. The only constant is suffering. Minutes later, OMG, Israel lost. Israel eliminated. They're doing raves in bomb shelters? Of course they are. Turns out people don't like it when you kill children over and over again, no matter how many times you beg them to stop. Yeah. Yeah. So I try and take solace, at least in that so many people despise Israel now. People who went from either thinking Israel was this wonderful, great nation, or just not really having an opinion, probably whatever propaganda they had been exposed to, pro-Israel propaganda, to like outright loathing having a fuck you opinion of Israel, and less afraid of saying it. Yes. Less afraid of saying it, making fun of them constantly, making fun of all the classic lines. Oh, this is anti-Semitism. Oh, we're acting in self-defense. Oh, Israel is the only, IDF is the most moral army in the world. Oh, Israel is the only democracy here. Also, Caroline Slay with those pics above it. You better work. Yeah, I mean, I saw so many people making fun of this shit because it is so deranged, and it is so, of course, Israel, the startup nation, has apps, dating apps in bomb shelters that, mind you, are racist, okay? The racist hierarchy that exists in Israel, where Arabs, Palestinians, do not have ample bomb shelters and other safety things in their communities because of racism, who are kept out of bomb shelters. Yeah, when they don't let They don't let not letting in non-Israelis, not letting in non-white Israelis. They always just do the wrong thing. Shows who's single because even under fire, love goes on. People look at this and they're like, this is not normal. You guys are freaks. Even during missile fire, Israelis find creative ways to adapt. Like all the comments, man, there's something deeply fundamentally sick about you lot. This is really sick fucking dystopian shit. Iran customer service, is there a problem with the war that you ordered? Shower risk predictor, so you're not caught with shampoo in your hair. Bomb shelter tracker, because why not track the sleep you lost? And I remember like I first saw this post and it was somebody who had posted this. And as much as this is so like, yeah, of course. This is an Israeli app. I looked it up and was like, let me just verify that this is a real thing because this is so crazy. This is so ridiculous. Between the raves that they're throwing, you know, where I saw a picture of one guy who was in Native American headdress, of course. This fucking colonizer in a bomb shelter appropriating a Native American headdress, raving because, man, Israelis are just built different. You know, when bombs are dropping on them, they still choose to have fun. They don't understand how they're despised. I mean, a lot of them do. You will hear them talk about how much it sucks that the rest of the world doesn't understand why they have to fight these wars, what it is that they stand for, and that they're the good guys here. They're the good guys here. And they're having to fight off the whole Middle East. And it's sad that people don't understand. How is the Onion even supposed to do its job here? It can't. Surprise Team USA didn't help them win. Yeah, the US didn't step in. I think the worst part of people just getting sick of Israel's shit, though, is that it now emboldens actual Nazis. Now, like, bro, Israel's single-handedly making the world less safe for Jews because of the way they continue to tie Israel to Jews everywhere. Yeah, and we talk about that all the time. We talk about how Israel is responsible for so much anti-Semitism. This is at 149,000 likes. Holy fuck. Huckabee even joked about fucking in the shelters in a memo. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee joked to embassy staff about procreating. I do not want Mike Huckabee's name in the same sentence as procreation. About procreating while sheltering in place on Tuesday in a memo one U.S. official described as awkward and odd. The memo, addressed to U.S. diplomats, local staff, and family members, said that if the extended time with your spouse results in the birth of your next child in about 9 months, I of course expect that you will want to name the little bugger after me. This man is sick. These people are so fucking sick. Zionism cooks your brain. Okay, fascism destroys any ability to not be a fucking freak. Racism, bigotry, it rots you. It rots you on the inside and it rots you on the outside. It's like you contrast that with how many have been killed in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Iran, how so many people who are currently displaced. It is raining oil in Tehran. It is raining oil. It is poisoning millions of people. A city of 10 million people who are trapped in a poisonous cage. Do you think they're thinking about fucking and dating apps when they're trying to flee for safety? The sewers are on fire. Oh my God. Do you think that they're having raves and then bragging about how they're built different? That even in scary times, when they are in the bomb shelters, that they still find their joy? Oh, by the way, that piece that propagandist Hen Mazig wrote for Rolling Stone that shit was AI generated, which is also just so it's of course, it's so on the nose. Like, of course, Hen Mazig, who is a vile propagandist, used AI to write this piece in Rolling Stone that was all about how Israelis are incredible for raving in the bomb shelters. The toxic rain is coming over to their neighboring countries too. Yeah, like, let me just show you.
You see this, a driver heading straight toward what looks like a wall of fire after airstrikes on oil depots near the capital. Another video shows gas catching fire, what appears to be on the streets there, with flames running up and down this entire boulevard.
There are toxic clouds smothering a city of 10 million people. There is oil that is falling as rain. And the purpose of this is to break the Iranian people. They are destroying oil depots. They are destroying desalination plants. They are attacking this very key infrastructure. They are releasing so many poisons into the atmosphere. Poisons that will affect babies who haven't even been born yet years from now. Like, this is when they did this shit in Iraq in the 90s. And it led to the deaths of so many infants, what they did in Vietnam. It's hell on earth.
A reported drone attack setting this.
So you think that people look at this, they see hell on earth, they see scenes of the apocalypse, they hear and see the fact that oil is falling from the skies, that there are these poisonous clouds enveloping a city of 10 million people, and then you think they look over at Israel, like, talking about how singles are finding love in their bomb shelters and raving wearing Native American headdresses, and you think that anybody has sympathy for the Israeli? You think they're like, oh yeah, no, that's the good guys there. Babies in Afghanistan are still having birth defects and other issues as a result of U.S. dropping a bunker buster near them. I was reading a report like 3 months ago. Yes, to be an environmentalist. Also, I've said this before. You must be an anti-imperialist. You must acknowledge the environmental destruction and then also the direct threats to millions of people's lives that militarism causes through just its environmental damage. You cannot drop bombs of this magnitude that release very dangerous chemicals that poison the soil, and then they're dropping them on oil depots. That's why Greta's so based. That's why Greta moved away from specifically being a climate change activist to being an anti-imperialist. That she now approaches her pro-environmentalism through the lens of being an anti-imperialist. The U.S. military is the single greatest institutional polluter on this planet. The U.S. military and militarism is destroying our Earth. More than 4 times the biggest corporation, 750 to 877 bases across 55 to 80 plus foreign countries and territories.
Government high-rise building in Kuwait on fire. Look at that there. The Interior Ministry said 2 of its officers have died after Iranian attacks.
We are very, very honored to be joined on the show.
Yeah, it is. It's not just scary to witness. It's not just scary to experience. This is it is a danger that will be a danger for a long time. That even if the U.S. were to stop, the U.S. and Israel were to stop dropping bombs tomorrow, the reality that this type of environmental poisoning and destruction will continue to kill people. There's also another report about how badly the U.S. troops poisoned the soil in Afghanistan and how they would dump their waste on their soil. And when people complained, the contractors said that they are giving fertilizers to them. Wow. Yeah, but Lindsey Graham said we'll make a lot of money. But Lindsey Graham, Lindsey Graham, who should go over there? He should enlist. He should go be a hero, as he says. American soldiers are who are going over to Iran, who are dying for Israel. Lindsey Graham, go be a hero. Go show us how it's done. Also, didn't Israel recently use white phosphorus in Lebanon? Yes, which is illegal. It can burn human flesh down to the bone. It can set buildings, complete buildings on fire and burn someone's flesh down to the bone. That's why it's illegal under international law, but that doesn't stop Israel. They have used this in Lebanon. They have used this on the Palestinians. And it's also extra insidious when they use it on a highly, a densely populated city where it's a lot of people who are all crowded together. Saw a clip today and Lindsey Graham's first use the fucking president saying he's willing to make a deal. Oh my God. They are all just salivating at the current violence, at the prospect of even more violence. Like they love this shit. They love it. It's not just we've got to protect American interests as terrible as war is. War is hell. No, oh my God, they cannot get enough. They want it to be torturous. They are out here saying like, yeah, everyone in Iran is going to suffer and die. And they do so with a smile on their face. These people are the sickest of sick.
On a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation, but Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands.
Okay, wait. So he's saying that the U.S. sold... Wait, so there's a reality here where the U.S. sold Iran U.S.-made Tomahawk missiles? Iran being the most dangerous adversary, having to ensure that Iran's nuclear program doesn't exist. They gotta bring it down. Wait, is he seriously
on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war? but you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation, but tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly...
only close allies. Only close allies have the tomahawk is so symbolic of the United States.
Whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
President.
Oh my God. So Iran is now a close ally? I'm confused. Is that why they would have a tomahawk that then they use to blow up the elementary school that all evidence and investigative reporting points to it being the United States? They were blaming Iran initially. Now there's a new video footage that shows it was a tomahawk. So now they're having to try to justify how it could be Iran since they shouldn't have a tomahawk. Yeah. They're like, look, it's a missile that is stamped United States of America. It is a very U.S. missile. When you think of the tomahawk, you think of the United States, but somehow Iran got their hands on one. See, that's how crafty they are and why we have to kill every single person who lives there. I think tomahawks are one of the missiles that Jeffrey Epstein illegally sold them on behalf of Oliver North. They can't keep the story straight because they don't care either. They're not in the business of crafting together a story and selling it to the public like the Bush administration was back in the 2000s, where they really put thought into the messaging, into the manufacturing. They are phoning it the fuck in. Yeah. If you look at the map of the site, there are like 3 to 4 military buildings and then also a school. It was on Pete Hegseth's map. They don't deny hitting the military targets. They just deny hitting the school that was hit at the same time in the same area right next door. Yeah, on day one, when they first unleashed the assault. It's like what happened was the U.S. and Israel hit Iran in a surprise attack. And then, employed the double tap, the double strike. But somehow Iran, at the same time that they were surprise hitting Iran, strategized of utilizing a tomahawk to blow up an elementary school. When you say Bush admin put thought into it, do you mean steal plot points from the movie The Rock? How Michael Bay's The Rock was used to justify war in Iraq. The newly published Iraq War Report claims British intelligence may have ripped off the plot of the action thriller to help justify military intervention. Yeah, look, I'm not trying to give them too much credit in the original department. I just mean there was more cohesiveness, people having their stories line up, really, really, really going after this being a global war on terror, the axis of evil. The report, published on Wednesday after 7 years of work, asserted that the elements of the 1996 action thriller became part of the valuable intelligence the British Secret Service MI6 presented, arguing for military intervention to topple Iraq leader Saddam Hussein. In the film, Ed Harris plays a rogue Marine who steals a stockpile of rockets armed with deadly nerve gas, takes control of Alcatraz, and threatens to launch his new arsenal against San Francisco. It's a really great film. How to Stop Him are the unlikely duo of Nicolas Cage, a chemical weapons specialist with the FBI, and Sean Connery, a former inmate and the only man to ever escape from the prison island. The element of the story that made it into the Chilcot inquiry concerned Harris's nerve gas, which was famously stored in spherical glass containers. In an MI6 report from September 2002, a news source with phenomenal access to Iraq's biological and chemical weapons capabilities claimed that nerve agents VX, sarin, and soman had been produced at a facility in El Yarmouk and stored in containers, including linked hollow glass spheres. Eyebrows were soon raised after inside MI6 after the report was circulated, with one recipient pointing out the similarities to the film. They're like, hold on a second, I've seen this before. Wait, I know that movie. According to the inquiry, it was suggested that glass containers were not typically used in chemical munitions and that a popular movie had inaccurately depicted nerve agents being carried in glass beads or spheres. I am losing my ability to read. But despite these doubts, the same source was again cited in a report claiming that Iraq was accelerating its chemical and biological weapons programs and had built more facilities. They're like, look, people bought it in the film, so they'll buy it in real life. Jen, thank you for the 8 months. The Bush admin were selling the line like Trump's who's just fumbling and don't care. Yeah, they're in the business of trying to do things... Trying to do things that other presidents haven't been able to accomplish before. Being so openly genocidal. Like you have Hegseth and Graham and Trump who are using explicitly genocidal language. They're not talking... I mean, of course, there's the whole, like, we're liberating them over there. But they're straight up saying everyone in Iran is going to die. Like, they're all going to suffer. The report claimed the Chilcot inquiry played a significant role in the arguments put forward by then British Prime Minister Tony Blair in his justification for war, helping him make key judgments about Iraq's chemical and biological weapons capabilities. By 2003, however, MI6 doubts had been confirmed and the source had been revealed to have been lying, and after a meeting in June was concluded to be a fabricator who had lied from the outset. But by then, of course, the Iraq war was already in full swing, with Hussein, nerve gas and glass spheres or not, already toppled. Raining down death and destruction, Hegseth. Yeah. I don't even know what's worse, an insultingly bad lie or not even bothering to come up with one. Well, I think what today shows, I think the not giving a fuck about having a cohesive lie and sticking to it shows that the United States has been doing this for so long, has been getting away with it for so long. And then you have Donald Trump, someone like Donald Trump in office, and the natural conclusion of the most powerful empire ever in decline due to its unfettered imperialism is to no longer hide your motives and to no longer cage your rhetoric in language that will be less, that's a little more civil. Don't even need to manufacture consent anymore. You just go, because I said so. Because we're the United States of America, baby. USA. But more and more people who have seen in the past how America lies its way into wars and now being confronted with this being so brazenly done. And then on top of that, you have people who only respond, who only react negatively when they start feeling their wallets like impacted by it, even though our tax dollars are paying for all this shit, like oil prices jumping up drastically and Trump supporters knowing that their guy is in office and knowing that we are currently waging war on a country in the Middle East that is in the oil business and going, well, this shit is affecting my life. I'm now feeling the financial strain of this. Nobody wants this war, only the MAGAs and the bloodthirsty politicians. Yeah. I've seen Trump supporters complaining about the oil prices and Fox News telling them that they shouldn't be complaining. Yeah. All right. This is a quick video on the holy war religious extremism that is being forced on people in the military. That is the calling cry for why young men and women need to enlist and go over to Iran and kill a bunch of people in the name of Armageddon, in the name of Jesus.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
And then I think this will probably be the last thing that I cover news-wise.
Peace Report. I'm Amy
Grab
Goodman.
some water.
As the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran rages on, U.S. military commanders have reportedly been invoking extremist Christian rhetoric about biblical end times, selling the conflict to American troops as a holy war. The watchdog Military Religious Freedom Foundation says it's been inundated with more than 200 complaints from members across all branches of the U.S. military regarding these comments. One combat unit commander reportedly said the war is part of God's divine plan and that, quote, President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to earth, unquote. For more, we go to Albuquerque, New Mexico, where we're joined by Mikey Weinstein, founder and president of the Military Religious Freedom Foundation. In this last 5 minutes...
Yeah, the same people who will talk about religious extremism in Iran and use that as reasoning for why we have to do this war.
We have, Mikey, if you can talk about the complaints you've received and who are these commanders who are saying this is a holy war?
Yes, Amy. Our foundation, our main purpose is to protect the law separating church and state in the technologically most lethal organization ever created by our species, which is the U.S. military. As soon as the war began last Saturday, a week ago, this past Saturday, we started getting inundated by calls from members of the military indicating that supervisors and commanders across the branches, both in the CONUS, which is the continental United States, and internationally, were invoking the fact that this was great news. They were gleeful. They were joyful. They were euphoric because this was a signal that pursuant to the Christian eschatological aspects of the end times in the book of Revelation, that all of this was serving as, if you will, an accelerant or lubricant to bring their version of weaponized Jesus back, which I will also make it clear includes a metric of a 200-mile-long river, 4.5 feet deep, Amy, filled with nothing but the human blood of those that their version of Jesus is slaughtered at the Battle of Armageddon. So we were getting 15, 20, 25 calls a day the first several days that we were out there. We finally broke this story with journalist Jonathan Larson, and then it went viral. And so what we are reporting now is that we have over 200 complaints, and that we have from 50 different installations. But it's terrible.
And just a reminder, a lot of Christians and a lot of churches reject the book of Revelation. Like they do not include it in the canonical text. They do not teach it. They steer clear. They steer clear, or they outright say, like, hey, do not use this to apply how you should live your life as a Christian.
Terrifying when you try to put a theological perspective from Christian extremism with what's happening right now, particularly having listened to your whole show today. I'm reminded of the second inaugural speech by Abraham Lincoln when he chastised both sides in the Civil War for trying to say that God was on their side, which exacerbated the violence, the bloodshed, the injuries, and the death.
Kwan, last month, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth invited the controversial Christian nationalist pastor Doug Wilson to lead the Pentagon's prayer service. Wilson's opposed Muslims holding public office and does not believe women should be allowed to vote. Can you talk about Hegseth's tenure as head of the defense, what Trump calls the War Department, and what
Thank you for the stream. It's really great in coverage. Aw, thank you.
concerns you most about his conflation of church and state?
I was warned by your producers not to cuss. So I will refer to Hegseth as a piece of feces as opposed to the regular word. He's viewed by senior leadership as a bully and a poser.
What? That he's a fucking piece of shit? That he is a deranged, psychopathic, genocidal Nazi dickweed? He's like, I'm going to call him feces. He is caca.
He is nothing but a Christian nationalist lackey. You forgot to mention, or I'll mention it, Doug Wilson also believes that the Civil War was justified biblically.
Deeply evil, sadistic, rapist, murdering psychopath.
And of course, that a lot of slave owners, he reminds everybody, had a really nice relationship, with their slaves, the same way they did with their living room furniture. He believes that
He is the type of guy who, if he lived in the South during slavery era, after slavery was abolished, he would have tried to keep that quiet, try to make sure that his slaves were not aware that slavery was no longer, and kept them enslaved for as long as he could. He would have been like, shh, we'll just make sure that they don't find out. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going as long as we can.
that the Jews
He's
killed.
the type of guy that first of all, women should not be anywhere close to him. And if you happen to be around him, cover your drink.
Jesus, Muslims have no right to participate in government. And if you're LGBTQIA+, you probably don't have a right to live. The bottom line is, Hegseth has created a template that the only approved member of the U.S. military is to be straight, white, Christian nationalist, and male. So why is anybody surprised that with that template going down in a hierarchical organization, tribal, adversarial, communal, and ritualistic like the U.S. military, that you have subordinate commanders, all of whom are trying to get promoted, that are following the exact same thing. We saw this happen before when the Israeli Defense Forces moved into Gaza and started attacking the Palestinians. We had, in a much smaller way, we had commanders saying, well, this is also sparking the Battle of Armageddon. But whenever you attach an extremist aspect of any religious faith to that machinery, Amy, of the faith responsible for war, we do not end up with little creeks, streams, ponds, or lakes, Amy. We end up with one thing: oceans and oceans of blood.
Yes, this is like Netanyahu and other and other Israeli officials who were using Amalek rhetoric, who were referencing Amalek in their justification of genociding all Palestine, of wiping out Palestinian life, and citing Amalek as justification for it. Same shit.
Like the color of my shirt.
We have 20 seconds. What risks do service members face for reporting religious comments made by U.S. commanders?
If they do that officially, they become essentially what we call a tarantula on a wedding cake. Amy, you and I have been to lots of weddings. Tarantulas on wedding cakes, that doesn't bode well for the tarantula or the wedding cake.
Mikey Weinstein, founder and president of Military Religious Freedom Foundation, speaking to us from Albuquerque, New Mexico. And that does it for our show. Produced with Mike Burke, Dina Guzder, Messiah Rose.
I mean, speaking of religion, and my mom sent this to me, and she said occasionally the Catholics get it right. The Archbishop of Chicago, statement of Cardinal Blaise J. Kupich, Archbishop of Chicago, a call to conscience. A call to conscience, Archbishop, Chicago. As more than one, like, this is how you are a religious institution and don't or use religion to advocate for peace, not as part of your genocidal justification for genocidal rhetoric and actions. As more than 1,000 Iranian men, women, and children lay dead after days of bombardment from U.S. and Israeli missiles, the official White House X account on Thursday evening posted a video of series. I can't read anymore. Posted a video of scenes from popular action movies spliced with actual strike footage from their war on Iran. The clip was captioned, "Justice the American Way." A real war with real death and real suffering being treated like it's a video game. It's sickening. Hundreds of people are dead, mothers and fathers, daughters and sons, including scores of children who made the fatal mistake of going to school that day. 6 U.S. soldiers have been killed. They are also dishonored by that social media post. Hundreds of thousands displaced and many millions more are terrified across the Middle East. This horrifying portrayal demonstrates that we now live in an era when the distance between the battlefield and the living room has been drastically reduced. Yeah, that's Asmongold's whole thing. He looks at things like video games. He and the people in his community who are like, yeah, you take out the healers. You take out the healers first, obviously. Duh. These people who will never leave their basements, you know, who are these greasy gamers talking about real people, children dying in Iran, being bombed to death like it's some exciting video game. The moral crisis we are facing is not just a matter of the war itself, but also how we, the observers, view violence. For war now has become a spectator sport or strategy game. Indeed, the prediction market Kalshi recently paid a $2.2 million settlement related to users who were unhappy with how the company paid out the $55 million wagered on Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei's ouster after he was killed. Ali Khamenei. Journalists now use the term gamifying the war to describe this dynamic. What a profound moral failure, for gamifying strips away the humanity of real people. Let's not forget, a hit isn't putting points on the board. It's a grieving family whose suffering we ignore when we prioritize entertainment and profit over empathy. Our government is treating the suffering of the Iranian people as a backdrop for our own entertainment, as if it's just another piece of content to be swiped through while we're waiting in line at the grocery store. But in the end, we lose our humanity when we are thrilled by the destructive power of our military. We become addicted to the spectacle of explosions. And the price of this habit is almost unnoticeable as we become desensitized to the true costs of war. But the longer we remain blind to the terrible consequences of war, the more we are risking the most precious gift that God gave us, our humanity. I know that the American people are better than this. We have the good sense to know that what is happening is not entertainment, but war, and that Iran is a nation of people, not a video game others play to entertain us. You know that if any of these motherfuckers ever found themselves in a situation that they are currently treating as entertainment, as like a real life video game, they would shit themselves. They would piss their pants. They would certainly not be acting the way that they are now. And they would die so quick. Truly. It's It is so telling that these are people whose entire worldview is that of Americans who will never, well, haven't yet, experienced something like this, who don't grow up with the reality of American-made bombs dropping on their schools, on their communities, that from a young age, this normalization of militarism in their countries, that to these streamers and people who watch them, it is just a game because this is something they've never experienced and think that they would never, ever experience. They don't leave their fucking houses. They sit there and play World of Warcraft and then look at real life warfare and talk about it in such a crass and crude way, like saying fuck around and find out. This is how they exist. And they'd be the lucky ones that the rest of the group were injured and left without healers, aka the sick people. Yeah. To if the roles were reversed, to be in a situation where you would hope that the healers weren't being targeted. You would hope that there were healers around. Okay, I was about to open Warcraft, but now I'm self-conscious. Well, look, if you're not a Warcraft player who is also saying fuck around and find out to children who are being blown apart, I think you're good. If you're not somebody who looks at what's happening in Iran as a video game that's just entertaining for you to consume and to comment on, and you think it's awesome seeing these bombs explode on people's homes and schools, awesome seeing the sewers on fire, the streets on fire, these like plumes of toxic clouds enveloping the sky. You have permission to hit the wow as long as you're not a chud. As long as you're not a chud who's thinking these White House videos where they are mixing in Call of Duty clips with actual footage of bombs being deployed in the Middle East, and think that if you're not a person who thinks that's so awesome, permission to hit the wow. Permission to hit the wow? I don't think there's many chuds in here. I mean, we're not a community that is comprised of lots of chuds. We're so violence obsessed. I know. Or joke about wanting to be able to do drone strikes for a promo. Yeah. I remember when evangelical religious extremists thought video games would make kids violent, and now they put video games in the military ads. Yeah. Donald Trump himself, like 10 years ago, saying video games cause violence. Did you see Cuties? For a second, I thought Cutie Cinderella. Response to Rosanna Arquette. Quentin Tarantino fires back at Pulp Fiction star Rosanna Arquette after she criticized his use of the N-word in movies as racist and creepy. Also, this is well documented, okay? It is well known that Quentin Tarantino loves the N-word. He puts himself in films so he can say the N-word. He loves when white actors in his films have to say the N-word a bunch of times. He said, "Dear Rosanna, I hope the publicity you're getting from 132 different media outlets writing your name and printing your picture was worth disrespecting me and a film that I remember quite clearly you were thrilled to be a part of. Do you feel this way now? Very possibly. But after I gave you a job and you took the money to trash it for what I suspect is very cynical reasons, shows a decided lack of class, no less honor." Yeah, you know that the person who's lacking honor who's the person who's the fucking freak here is the one who thinks it is racist and creepy how much Quentin Tarantino loves to say the N-word. There's supposed to be an esprit de corps between artistic colleagues, but it would appear the objective was accomplished. Congratulations, Q. Ew. Ew. I hate that. What is about loving the N-word and loving Israel that makes them pair so well? Racism. There is your simple answer. Like the guy, like the white Israeli dude wearing a Native American headdress in a bomb shelter, raving. The very same bomb shelters that Palestinians and non-white Israelis are often prevented from accessing. It always do be racism. That is the entire apartheid structure. Oh my God, he sucks. He sucks. Where is Jamie Foxx in this conversation here? He certainly had a lot to say about the BAFTA's N-word incident. Does he have anything to say about, since yet again, Tarantino's love of the N-word is being brought up? I always think about Fiona Apple saying one night hanging out with Tarantino and PTA made her quit coke. Yeah, where she's like, if you're a coke addict, spend one night doing coke with Quentin Tarantino and Paul Thomas Anderson, and I promise you will stop being addicted to cocaine. That will cut your addiction faster than anything else. Also, Rosanna Arquette had a minor role in Pulp Fiction. I love that he's acting as if he gave her her career. First of all, she comes from a famous family. Okay, she comes from the Arquette family. And then also acting as if he gave her some lead. And she said the film is great on a lot of levels, but disapproves of the director's repeated use of the N-word. Personally, I'm over the use of the N-word. I hate it. I cannot stand that he, Tarantino, has been given a hall pass. It's not art. It's just racist and creepy. She's also in 2026 looking back on things and applying a more critical lens in this day and age than she did in the past. Like that's how things go. You look back and go, yeah, I think that's really strange, actually. I think it's really creepy and racist, and I don't like that he's had this hall pass. Perspective is a motherfucker. Do you feel this way now, but after I gave you a job? Oh, he sucks. While the racial slur is uttered in Pulp Fiction about 20 times, Django Unchained features the N-word 110 times. However, Tarantino's use of the N-word in his screenplays has long been defended by that film star, Jamie Foxx, and his frequent collaborator, Samuel L. Jackson. They're like, it's fine. Jamie Foxx, who goes on and on about a man with Tourette's, with coprolalia, who uttered the N-word and attempts to smear him and say he meant that shit, but then also has defended Quentin Tarantino's use and obvious love of the N-word. Jamie Foxx also convinced RDJ to do blackface. Like, what are we doing here? This feels so ominous. This feels like really creepy that he signed off Q. Congratulations, Q. I mean, look, I think as Rosanna Arquette says, Quentin Tarantino films are ones that you can recognize are great on a lot of levels, but then also say, yeah, it's fucking weird how much this man loves the N-word. And here's the thing. Him using the N-word 110 times in Django Unchained is not necessary. It's not like the film falls apart. It loses its plot or artistic merit or anything if the N-word is not said 110 times. He probably had it even more in early versions of the script. Casting himself and saying it in Pulp Fiction is also a massive red flag. Yeah. As I said, Quentin Tarantino, here's my new take, my new hot take. Quentin Tarantino got into the business of making movies so that he could say the N-word and get away with it. He was like, I love the N-word. How can I say the N-word and get away with it? I'm going to become a movie director. Am I wrong? No, but it was really necessary for him to self-insert himself to say half of those in Django with an Australian accent. Uh-huh. Have you seen that one Cat Williams video about Django? It's silly but kind of funny. Yeah. Okay. Have you seen Nandre's? Nandre. First of all, I am in a category of my own. War correspondent, sideline reporter, encased in a glass box on remote control wheels with multiple MREs for the duration of the conflict. This is the 100 Women versus 1 Guerrilla roster. I am in a separate category. Nanny McPhee is in a separate category. She is commander-in-chief. The frontline meat shields include China, Xena the Warrior Princess, Hillary Knight, Clarissa Shields, Sheik/Zelda, Miss Piggy. I don't like that Miss Piggy is under meat shield. Miss Trunchbull. Okay, she makes sense. Chun-Li, Diana, not fucking Diana Nyad. And Maya Higa. Makes the most sense. Morale, motivation, and propaganda. Cardi B. Cardi B, the Green M&M, Catherine Bigelow, Susan Boyle, Isabella Rossellini, Monica Bellucci. Certainly great for morale. Dolly Parton, Jessica Rabbit, My Pug Puppy Chimmy, Princess Diana. Oh. Like, are we... Okay. Bait, Casey Anthony, Terry Joe, Margaret Thatcher, Abby Lee Miller, Nicki Minaj, Erica Kirk, Sarah Palin, Bethany Frankel, Hillary Clinton, and Ellen DeGeneres. Psychological warfare specialist, Amberlynn Reed, Yoko Ono, Orbology, aka brainwashing TikTok Latina, Samara from The Ring, Regina George, Susie Essman, Joan Rivers, Risa Tisa, aka Who the Fuck Did I Marry, Trish Paytas, and Z-Way. Holy shit. First Assault Squad, Lava Girl, Cynthia Rothrock, Mrs. Incredible, Vindicta, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the Pigeon Lady from Home Alone 2, Annie Oakley, Trinity, Lyudmila Pavlichenko, aka Lady Death, Ellen Ripley. Great squad. Research and Development, Xenon, Miss Frizzle, Marie Curie, Carrie Byron, Katherine Johnson, Dana Scully, Akilah Anderson from Akilah and the Bee. Wait, so not the specificity here not being Keke Palmer, the actress, but Akilah Anderson from Akilah and the Bee, Shuri, and then Margaret Howe Lovett, Guerrilla Warfare and Sabotage, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, Harriet Tubman, B. Arthur, Clea Markey, Harriet the Spy, Lorena Bobbitt, Snoop Pearson, Arya Stark, Sandy Cheeks, and Mulan. Finances, Mackenzie Scott, Barbara Corcoran, Elizabeth Holmes. Gotta have her on the team. Nancy Pelosi, Rihanna, Jessica Alba, and Shiv Roy. Infirmary, Nurse Joy, Meredith Grey, Nurse Dana from The Pit. Generals, Miss Rachel, Club Chalamet. General Chalamet. I don't think so. That's the first person that we're taking out. We're taking her out before we take out the gorilla, okay? Club Chalamet, Liv Agar, Lisa Rinna, Asada Shakur, Tiffany Pollard, Joan of Arc, Sacagawea, Furiosa, and Cadet Kelly. Club C can push the buttons. Mess Hall, Strega Nona, Lisa Vanderpump, Elizabeth Eats, New York City, Julia Child, Claire Saffitz, Teeny. Commander-in-Chief, Nanny McPhee. Legal, Elle Woods, Judge Judy Weedlin, Kim Wexler. And then last but not least, war correspondent, sideline reporter, encased in a glass box on remote control wheels with multiple MREs for the duration of the conflict, Caroline Kwan. The most important role of them all. When he was talking about this, I thought it was going to be streamers. I didn't know it'd be mostly fictional characters. Well, you have real people, but they're dead. You have fictional characters. You have fictional characters who are played by real people who are still alive. Here's who's banned: Jane Goodall, John Benet Ramsey, and Helen Keller. You got fucking Elizabeth Holmes up in there, but you are saying no to Helen Keller? To Jane Goodall? I guess that makes sense. Also, he can name 100 women, which is low-key impressive. Don't give him too much credit. You're putting Gatorade or water in my hamster water bottle. You know what? I'm going to find out how to break out of this, and then I'm going to be on the side. It's going to be 99 women versus one gorilla and Caroline Kwan. Once I figure out how to break out of this glass box on remote control wheels. Helen Keller is OP. She will make the gorilla not be able to see or hear. Wait, so why is she like she's too good? Okay, she's too good. I see. Is it because Club Chalamet's in this? Yes. So therefore, I have to be on the other side. Also, Margaret Thatcher. Also, quite a few people from this list that it means when I break out of this glass box that I'm encased in, it will be me and the gorilla. Caroline is joining the war on the side of the gorilla. I do not support all women. I do not support all women. Some of you bitches are war criminals. Elizabeth Holmes handling the financials. Are we trying to doom the war effort? Yeah, it's over before we even get started. I'm just imagining Cardi B and Susan Boyle performing a duet. Would they do something like a typical Susan Boyle song, or would they duet? Or would they duet, I don't know, WAP? Does Susan Boyle take Meg Thee Stallion's part on that? I want to see Cardi B and Dolly Parton. A great matchup. Susan Boyle. I dreamed a dream in time gone by. Okay, y'all. You could always make your own roster. No, because here's the thing. Women We're not out here acting like men who think that they can or should take on a gorilla. You know what it would be? Here's how it would be. Mighty Joe Young. Charlize Theron. This is how it would be. This is how it would be. Not too big, not too small, medium gorilla. Exactly. Okay, let me do, oh my God, wait, fuck, it's already 11 o'clock. Shit. Fuck. I gotta pack and I gotta get up for a flight. Cause I'm going to San Francisco tomorrow. I was gonna see if Will wanted to do some Reanimal, but I think he's doing a sponsored stream right now. And I wanna do Red Dead when I have more time than just like half an hour. Yeah, he's in a sponsor right now. Well, no, because I gotta pack and get going on this flight tomorrow morning to San Fran. So tomorrow and Wednesday, I will be, I think Cutie and I are probably going to IRL stream from San Francisco. I don't quite know what we're going to be doing. And the reason I'm going is for this gaming convention, but I thought it was a YouTube thing, but YouTube has a panel and YouTube is sending people. So I am going via YouTube with Cutie, but I'm going to be there for 2 days. And I don't know, hopefully I can meet people. I was like, well, when at first I thought it was a YouTube thing, and I said, oh, I should go meet people at YouTube, and there will be people from YouTube, but it's actually called Gaming Developers Convention. So there's going to be a lot of gaming people. So for the next 2 days, I am Caroline Kwan from gaming. I'm like, hi, your favorite gamer here. Hey, it's me, Caroline Kwan from gaming. They're like, oh my God, I've heard of you. Are you Caroline Kwan from gaming? Since you're a Resident Evil gamer, this can be your outro.
Come on, time to leave.
Now? What's wrong? Is something following us?
We have to go. We don't have any time to waste.
Go? Where?
Hey, it's up to us to take out Umbrella.
Hell yeah. Bump. Bump, bump. Are you the quickest to shoot an NPC? That, Caroline? Oh my God, are you Caroline Kwan, who played Resident Evil like no one has ever played Resident Evil before? That's me. Don Snow, thank you for the 36 months. So, anywho, I will be doing that the next 2 days, and then I come back Thursday. Oh wait, before I forget, hold on. Because I know I'm going to forget. Okay. I'm going to play this video real quickly. Sorry, this is kind of... This is going to be a little whiplash moment because we're back in politics. But if you live in Illinois, you have your primaries coming up on March 17th. And one of the races is for Illinois comptroller, And Karina Villa, who is a state senator, who is a good friend of my sister's, is someone who went viral last year because she confronted ICE in her neighborhood, and this clip went viral. She is running for Illinois comptroller. I think she just got the Bernie Sanders endorsement today, actually, which is a really big deal. But I just want you just to be aware of this person if you live in Illinois.
A report
And to also be aware that you have your primary elections coming up next Tuesday.
There was going to be hundreds of ICE agents in DuPage County, Illinois. I really needed to get the information out to constituents so they would be aware of what was happening. ICE agents were parked right on the corner where I was at. So the first thing I decided to do was just to start running. So I started running and yelling at folks, stay in your houses, ICE is here, ICE is here. I run up to the scene and I just went right up to that window and I started telling these agents to take off their masks, and I started telling them that this was my city and that they needed to get out. So I just turned and started speaking to the camera, and you hear my voice. It goes from this like anger to this concern for the community. And so I can't even finish watching it because it just gets me so choked up still. And at that point, someone rolls up the street, rolls down the window, and they say, "Are you okay? Do you need anything?" Please, I don't recommend anyone ever do this, okay? Don't ever do this. I get in the seat, I sit down, I put on my seatbelt, and I say, "Go after those ICE agents. Follow those cars." Literally, we start driving away. And I'm like, I had this like adrenaline rush,
awesome.
And I'm like, follow them. They're right there. Stay on them. And then I'm like, I should look to see whose car I'm in. And I like turned to look, and it happened to be a teacher.
Oh
a teacher
my
that I used to
God.
work with, who's one of my good friends. She's still a teacher in West Chicago. I just wanted to go out and protect all the kids and their families. It was not something that I thought about. It was my gut reaction. Like, these are my kids, this is my community, and I need to get there, and I need to tell these folks I want to see them face to face.
That's
and tell them that they need
amazing.
to get out.
This is Democracy Now!
She realized that it was a teacher whose car she was in, who's she's like, just go after them, and that's pure instinct. That is protecting your people, that is protecting your community. You know, the flight or fight, and your adrenaline kicking in, and it being fight, going after them. So anyway, that is Karina Villa running for comptroller, and just got endorsed by Bernie Sanders, and she's a state senator. And here is her website. And again, if you don't live in Illinois, this is not relevant to you. And if you live in Illinois, you probably aren't necessarily someone who thinks about the comptroller position. Like you should, if you're not aware of it, like you should, because that is who's in charge of budgeting, financial reporting, accounting, etc. But anywho, also, you're the only person I've ever sent a link on Twitch earlier because you are kind. Aw, are you new in here? Krisha, are you new to the community? Welcome in. Sometimes I see people pop up. I'm like, that person seems 2 months. Welcome in. Is anyone else new-ish to the community here? Let's say, under 6 months? Okay, some of y'all saying me, and you've been here since day one. Okay, never mind. I'll forget that I asked. New to chatting, but been a big watcher. See, I believe you. Some of these other liars in here. I'll be 7 months this month. I know you're someone who's come into this community in the last year and been a faithful member. I always feel sad when I think about our people who can not be here anymore due to things like work being unable to watch on this time zone, sadly. But where we lose people, we gain new people, which is great. We love it. They come in and fill the hole. They fill that hole. I found you when I Googled top gamers. Oh, hell yes. That's what I'm fucking talking about. When you Googled top gamers in the world, and my name being front and center, when you just happened to be on the internet and saw Caroline Kwan from Gaming. Caroline Kwan from Gaming? What was the Japanese Kung Fu video? I don't know, but I am sending you over to Will Neff. You can ask him. Anon, thank you for the 5 gifteds. 5 new subscribed members of the community. Okay, I'm sending you to Will. He is doing a Where the Winds Meet gaming sponsor. Auntie Dino, thank you for the 19 months. Starling Bree, thank you for the 5 months. Dat Smurf account, thank you for the 35 months. Almost at 3 years, which is very exciting. And yeah, I'm planning to be live tomorrow. And as I said, IRL from San Francisco. So I will see you guys. I will see you guys then. I will update in the Discord when I know, like, when that's gonna be. So join the Discord if you're not already. Yeah, I'll be with Cutie in San Francisco. All right. Okay, everybody. Blow us off a kiss for me. I will. I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. Bye.